It's Wednesday morning of the breaker. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Bring it, buddy.
What's going on? Well, that's not Kimmy.
No, it's not.
No.
What happened?
We've made a terrible mistake.
Kimmy is down, and she is down hard this morning. So filling in for Kimmy, the man, the myth, the legend, our utility infielder, and the real MVP.
He lives.
Terrible time, Timmy. If you are watching the live stream right now, it says Kimmy, but it is actually Timmy. Timmy is also so bad at his job that he is blocking his entire face with the microphone and the microphone flag. There you go. Atta boy, you did it.
I'm not used to the camera thing yet.
41 degrees right now. Our high already passed. It was 50 early this morning.
So we're tanking.
Yep, we are going down into the 30s. Down, down, down. The wind continues a little bit this morning. It looks like not as bad as it was yesterday.
Yeah.
And we'll touch on that in just a second.
Right.
But I do want to send best wishes
To who?
out to Kimmy this morning.
Yeah, so she's never out.
I know. Well, I knew something was very, very bad when she called me yesterday during the day. Because here's a fun fact about Kimmy. Despite the fact that she is the pulse of this show, right? Like nothing gets done without Kimmy.
Right.
All this, like, she handles everything.
Right.
She's impossible to get a hold of during the day.
Oh, no, she disappears.
Bro, it drives me insane. Because I'm not a guy, I rarely call Kimmy. Rarely. But if I have to get a hold of her, I got to get a hold of her.
You know what she is? She's a mob boss. See, nobody wants to hear what is being said to him, and nobody wants to know what he's saying to other people. So it's always been kept quiet.
So we've talked about this on the show before. If you call Kimmy, she will not answer.
No.
If you text Kimmy during the day, she will not respond. And if there is an emergency or something I have to talk to her about, I have to call her husband, who will answer on the first ring and be like, hey, man, I'm sorry. I need to talk to your wife, which is a very strange dynamic. And thank God we're buddies with her husband.
Yeah.
Because like any other man, hey, man, is your wife there? Put your wife. Like, how many coworkers could you call their spouse and be like, hey, man.
That would be a weird call.
Let me talk to your wife.
Especially as a wife, yeah.
So when I see that Kimmy's calling, I thought that either you had died, and then when that wasn't the case, and my excitement went away.
If I died, I'm pretty sure my wife would call your wife.
Well, she would be busy trying to figure out how to hide the body that she just murdered. No, so she calls me and she's like, I got a really bad stomach bug. This was in the afternoon. And she goes, I'm going to do everything I can to try and be there tomorrow morning. But just a heads up, if I can't, I'll tell you where everything is so you can run the board.
Okay. All
And
right.
I was like, I don't want to do that.
But that was a disaster.
We've tried that one time.
I got to turn my chair the other way.
Yeah, it's hard for you, isn't it?
It sucks.
It's really hard.
I'm only designed to go left.
Yeah. If I have to run the board, we can't take phone calls all morning,
No.
and the show is absolutely terrible. And knowing Kimmy and how dedicated she is to this fine show, she was going to try and get up even if she was sick and come in anyway, knowing how bad the show would have sounded without her. So around 7 o'clock last night, gave Chuck Timmy a text, and I was like, hey, man, here's the situation. And he immediately responds, because he's a good dude. I didn't have to call his husband, get a hold of him. And here we are.
All right, look at this.
So thank you.
You're welcome. Happy to be here.
You the man.
The funny thing, though.
What's that?
So I get a hold of Timmy. He's happy to help out. He's
Yeah.
the best. Awesome. Fantastic. So I call Kimmy right after I talk to Timmy.
Just to let her know we got it all straightened out.
Yeah. First time ever, she answered the phone.
Oh, and?
Like, hey, listen, Timmy says he's good to go. Don't even worry about trying to come in tomorrow. Just get some rest, feel better. Hopefully we'll see you Thursday. All right, great. Sounds great. But, like, she did the thing where she sounded really sick.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, you think she was trying to sell it too hard?
Kind of.
Oh, really?
Well,
All right.
look, I'm not here to call Kimmy a liar.
No.
But the fact that, one, she picked up her phone for the first time ever when I called her outside of work.
Yeah.
2, like, you don't have to. You already told me you're sick. I don't think you're not sick. And even if you're not sick, I get it.
And
Fine.
she's in the driver's seat. She could have just told us, I don't feel like coming in today.
Yeah.
I need a personal day for girl stuff.
I'm not going to ask any questions, right? Like, the fact she sounded so sick, I now am wildly suspicious that she's got something going on today.
I can see her having stomach problems just how she eats.
What?
She eats weird.
I've never seen her eat. Well, no.
She man-eats.
She doesn't eat in the morning.
No, at all. But anytime I see her eat, she man-eats.
When have you seen her eat?
When the food comes in.
Oh, you're talking about like when free food comes in.
She attacks that plate like it's January 6th.
I did go to a buffet with her one time. And
Did she wipe it out?
Yeah, like she was plate for plate with me. Like I was impressed. Damn, your husband's a lucky man. All right, so again, Timmy, we really appreciate it. And ideally, Kimmy is healthy. The other thing, too, Breezy from PXY comes down this morning. Where's Kimmy?
Well, they're radio buds.
They are radio buds. So I go, oh, you didn't hear? You know what? I go, Kimmy passed away last night. No, she didn't.
Stop it.
Don't say that.
And then she goes, you wouldn't come in. I'm like, yeah, we will. I got to eat, man. I got a mortgage.
And who's going to tell everyone the bad news if it were to happen?
Right.
Like, I think we should make a pact on this show. If one of us passes away, the other two need to be here the next day to make inappropriate jokes about it.
Yeah, have the fun. I mean, it's a gift.
Like, we should also talk to our spouses about that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I will go home tonight and I'm going to tell my wife, listen, if something terrible were to happen, knock on wood, and, they do the show the next day, they should be killing me after I have died.
Yeah, it's great content.
Yeah, like, the last thing I want to do is hurt your wife, but, like, God, how can I not make fun of you for not being here anymore? You can't even defend yourself. All right, so with all that being said, yesterday, one of the windiest days in Rochester in a long time. There are still a whole bunch of people in the greater Rochester area without power this morning. So it may be one of those days that you're happy to go to work just so you get a light on in your face.
Yeah.
But Kimmy yesterday brought up how windstorms are the worst type of weather.
Yeah.
Because you can do nothing to prepare for it. Right? Like the snow, most of the time you can just stay in your house, not worry about it.
You can shovel it, you can move it around.
Exactly. With wind, you are at the mercy of where the tree falls, the pole falls, the power
flying around.
You got it. And what sucks the most about a windstorm when it's all said and done, wind does not equally hurt everybody.
No. There's degrees of wind.
You got it. For example, in the greater Rochester area, when we had that windstorm, some towns totally fine this morning. I woke up in Henrietta. It was like nothing happened. I was driving last night. My daughter to hockey practice and back. Everything was cool.
Yeah, no big deal.
Yeah, meanwhile, in Penfield, bunch of trees down, bunch of power outages. There were some power outages in Webster a little bit yesterday. Right now, the area surrounding Penn Yan is still dealing with a whole bunch of stuff. They got hammered. So you could have a situation, Tommy, where two people that work at the same place are going to have very, very different experiences trying to get to work this morning.
Yeah, be a lot of jealousy going on.
And it also might make you look like a not-so-great employee.
What do you mean?
Well, like windstorm yesterday, and it was a serious one. Like Monroe County puts out the warnings, and every school, like, shuttered after-school activities, all that stuff, right? But, like, if I live in Henrietta and nothing bad happened to me, I'm in work on time and I'm ready to go.
You're ready to go.
Whereas a guy who lives in Penfield,
cold shower,
and may have a tree lying across the road to get out of his house, that guy could be late. That guy might have to call in. And it's an understandable dilemma.
You're stuck.
Yeah. Unless you got a dick boss who wants to look around and be like, well, he's here and he's here and he's here. Because, like, with snow most of the time, it equally affects everybody. Everybody's a little bit late. Everybody's dealing with problems. Wind is not that.
No. But you can't really let a guy off if he's got a tree across his driveway.
Well, that's if you want to believe him.
Yeah, he's going to get out the chainsaw if he's got one.
There are people that'll be doing it this morning, which, is that the right thing to do, or should you let a professional handle that?
Oh, let a pro. I got like a sissy chainsaw. I don't have like a man chainsaw.
Well, you couldn't handle a man chainsaw.
Why?
I mean, look.
That guy in Texas Chainsaw Massacre was my size.
No, he wasn't. He was like 6'5". The guy's a monster.
He was not. That's acting. He was on a box.
He acted being tall.
Yes.
Tommy.
6'5".
Tommy.
What?
You couldn't handle a regular size chainsaw.
I've never handled one. I got the little one.
Okay. But, like, if, for regular men that aren't sissies like us or Timmy, like, guys that can actually do this stuff.
It's dangerous.
That's what I mean. Am I supposed to chainsaw that tree myself to get out of the way, or am I supposed to call somebody or let, like, the town handle it?
Well, if you have a chainsaw, you're probably going to go out there and use it to do it.
That's not the question.
Should you?
Yes.
Probably. I guess it depends how big the tree is and where it's at, right? Like, if it's blocking everything, you're going to have to do something. Because the town probably can't get out there because there's swamp with everybody, right?
Okay.
But let's say it's one of the massive old-ass trees. I mean, you might be there all day just trying to cut the thing.
And, like, the longer you're there, the higher the risk percentage-wise that you do something very stupid and hurt yourself.
Oh, yeah.
If a tree falls on my property that was on my property and, like, is blocking my driveway, is the town responsible for that at all, or is that all on me?
I don't know.
Do I have to call somebody and get that taken care of?
Because you usually, I think you got to call somebody, because usually you see all those different companies out there moving that stuff.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's people like, I want to get this done now before the town has to go do it, or
Well, if you wait on the town, like I'm saying, you may be waiting a long time.
and that's even if the town is responsible for that kind of stuff. Because Timmy, you're out in Parenton right now, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. How was everything with you last night?
I was fine, except for when I got out of my car, I almost blew away into my building. But other than that, it was great.
You are 90 pounds.
Yeah.
I often wonder, because like you're Tommy too low to the ground to be affected by wind. Like you're light, but like the wind goes over you. Yeah. Timmy is a normal height.
Much like your mother.
Timmy is of normal man height. He just is a waif.
Yeah.
Wafer.
Yeah.
Like, does the wind really blow you around as a human being?
It takes a second for me to gather my footing when it's very gusty out, which is the stupidest sentence I think I've ever said.
You're a man in your 30s that can't walk through the wind.
Well, did you ever hear about those stories like guys out in the Midwest that would put like heavy rocks in their pockets and stuff when they had to walk?
No.
Yeah, like I'm talking like back in the day, like in the Dakotas, because it's so flat and windy that these guys would put heavy rocks in their pockets, like in those big work pants, so they wouldn't blow around on poles and stuff.
Okay.
I'm serious.
Is that a real story?
Yeah. Well, how else could they do it? They didn't have like, if a guy went up on a utility pole back in the day, right?
Yeah.
They didn't have all these straps and everything. They just literally climbed up a pole.
Okay, I bet you they had safety stuff.
Bro,
better
you want to
than
be in a
rocks.
safety 1920s safety equipment?
But, well, as opposed to rocks
You know
in
what
my
it was?
pocket?
You know what your safety equipment was? Your two hands holding up for dear life.
No, like it sounds like you're reading like something. It sounds like an old timey like spinster tale of the American Midwest. They'd put rocks in their pocket. They'd work hard all day, and they'd come home and they'd kiss their wives on the forehead.
Yeah, and they ate cold soup.
And that's the way it was.
Then they licked their cold wives. Slept in their cold bed.
That was a venial sin, licking your wife back then. No, man, there's no way that happened. My safety harness was rocks in my pocket.
Bro, I'm telling you, you get blown away. Think of these guys who worked in all those. Think of all those big work projects.
Okay.
And like thousands of guys died. They just fell or they slipped. There was no harness.
Yeah, you know why? Because they were too heavy from all the rocks in their pocket.
Well, they went straight to the bottom.
No, but that's what I mean. Like, if my goal is to not fall off a pole, maybe adding weight to my pocket is a bad idea.
They didn't have the technology we have. They didn't understand things.
They didn't understand weight and gravity.
No, they didn't understand gravity probably like the 1950s.
The one thing that is good, if you work in a business where you're handling trees, I mean, today is just a money-making day.
Oh, man. To get a tree taken out of your yard.
Here we go. Here comes old man Red. Here comes old man Red.
Bro, bend over.
What?
You're about to get branched.
Yeah, but that's hard, dirty,
it
dangerous
is. And
work.
you have to have it done. But it's not cheap.
Don't even get me started about the water department. Do you hear yourself right now?
Well, you live in Treelessville.
Yeah, I made a great decision to buy.
It
was an active choice to not live near trees.
I didn't realize when you buy a house, when you look at those trees, that they're basically invoices.
Yeah. And that's if the house doesn't fall or the tree doesn't fall on your house.
Before you get to trimming it. Yeah.
Exactly. All right. So, again, there are some places around the greater Rochester area still without power, as the county loves to tell you.
And some of these towns are handing out rocks.
As the county loves to tell you. If you come to a street light that is out, treat it as a four-way stop.
Yeah.
Don't be a dick. Don't just go. Because you're going to cause an accident.
No.
And they're already dealing with getting the power back on and chopping up the trees, so we don't need to take care of accidents because you're blowing through power outage streetlights. Okay. And we hope everyone feels good and is okay this morning here in the break room on CMF. We got a dynamite, get those rocks out of your pocket kind of show this morning. It's Wednesday, you know what that means.
We're going to possibly get our hate on.
Oh, we're going to get our hate on, right? We're good to go, Timmy, over there?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I've got to figure out how to get it within the button pressing mechanism, but we'll figure it out.
God, this was I immediately regret calling Timmy. Immediately. We made it 14 minutes, and I wish we hadn't called Timmy.
It'll happen.
A couple weeks ago, we were talking about a business out in Waterloo that changed their name. And they said they changed their name to make it more, let people know where they are more than where they were, which is weird because the name of this place was the name of the town they were in. We theorized, Tommy, that they changed their name from Waterloo Premium Outlets to Finger Lakes Outlets to sound fancier.
Yeah. Jazz it up a little bit.
Yeah, because, I mean, the Finger Lakes have become a rich person's playground.
Big time.
Right? Well, one man heard that discussion, and he disagreed. So vehemently, he wrote an angry letter about it.
So he thinks it's working class?
Not only, he doesn't
Lake homes?
He thinks it's worse than working class. He thinks it's busted ass, trash ass, bust ass, rock pocket gross.
But that's just your dad's place.
We'll get into it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, there are things you don't do.
Okay.
Right? You don't yell bomb on an airplane.
Ooh.
I mean, you can make this things you don't do at the airport. You don't yell bomb on an airplane. You know that you can't bring like open bottles of liquid through TSA. And then this specific thing is an absolute no question no.
Don't bring to the airport.
You got it. Yet, once again, there was a person caught with one of these trying to go through TSA at our airport yesterday.
Yeah.
And this person is far from the only one that has done it in recent times. And I think, Tommy, despite the fact that even taking out the argument about guns, period.
Yeah.
It is time to throw the book at least one of these people.
Yeah, you would think, right? Because you shut everything down.
Do they shut everything down?
They should till they figure it out, right?
We'll tell you the story, and we'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are some crimes there are absolutely no excuses for.
Oh, sure.
Right? And even in this case, if, what they always say when this happens, it was a complete accident. Even if it was an accident, based on what it is, there should be a discussion on what should happen to this person. Because having an accident with one of these things can get really bad really fast.
That dangerous, huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45. There is a place in our area that come March could no longer exist.
A place?
Yep, will be wiped from the face of the map forever and ever and ever.
Are they not going to join down?
I'll explain everything. It's not a place. It's not a building. It's a village.
They're not going to hold town down?
We'll explain just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday, another gun was found in a carry-on at the Rochester airport.
And I think was it loaded?
A loaded gun.
Loaded gun.
Found handgun while the person was going through TSA. The story on 13 Wham says the person who had the gun in their carry-on had a valid New York State pistol permit.
Okay.
But left the gun, quote, left the gun in their carry-on bag.
Oops.
So, yeah. This happens way more than people think. So in 2022, the last full year we have the numbers for, over 6,500 guns were found in carry-on bags in airports across the United States.
6,500?
And those were just the ones that were found. Because, Tommy, they run tests. They've run them in the past about what they can get through TSA.
Yeah, they run that,
And an alarming number of things get through without being caught. So
that's enough guns to give every guy in the Guatemalan army a gun. A good gun.
That's nationwide. Like, Tommy, it feels like once a month, once every 2 months, there's a story in Rochester of someone trying to bring a gun through TSA. So here's the thing. There are severe potential punishments for folks that get caught.
Well, you would think. You could bring the goddamn plane down by accident.
You can have a $15,000 fine.
All right.
You could be looking at potential jail time. Big time stuff.
Right.
Problem with that is
what?
The folks that are caught trying to bring these guns through TSA are usually just given a slap on the wrist when it's done. And in most of the stories we've seen, we don't know with this particular case, but in ones we've seen in the past, the folks that are caught with guns at security in an airport are allowed to catch a later flight at the same airport that same day.
Guy with the gun.
Yes. Now, we don't know if that happened in this story, but we have had stories in Rochester where that was the case.
All right.
So here's my question. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I don't know how you guys feel. By the way, Kimmy's sick today. Terrible time, Timmy, coming in, helping us out this morning. We really appreciate him.
The man.
Should we throw the book at, like, one person who gets caught with a gun at TSA?
Does that ever work, though? Like, making an example out of somebody, then it will stop?
So there's two series of thoughts here.
Right.
One is that every one of the 6,500 guns that were caught going through security in 2022 were accidents.
Yeah. Sure. Oops.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other thought is that folks believe they can get the gun through TSA, don't want to deal with having to check their weapon, possibly losing the bag, right? And they know if they get caught with it, it's just going to be a slap on the wrist.
Right.
The problem with that, as you brought up, even if this person has no ill intention of doing anything with the gun on the airplane, if something goes wrong, that thing accidentally goes off, bag gets dropped the wrong way, you got a bullet flying through an airplane.
You're taking that plane down.
Well, okay, well, I don't know. The wall ripped off that one, and that landed just...
Yeah, but it was low. If it was up high... I don't know. I don't want to know.
If you throw the book at a single person, in theory, wouldn't that make gun owners a little more cautious to check every single bag they're bringing through TSA?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it would for a little while. But, we forget so goddamn fast.
Okay, so how about this then? Every 6 months...
we electrocute the same day.
No, you don't electrocute. You put them, you give them a little bit of jail time, and you fine them the maximum amount.
I don't think it'll work. I don't.
I don't think it would work because at this point, it's been so long. Like, these rules have been in place, I don't know, forever, at least 20 years. By now, people know that, like you said, if it's a mistake, like, it's an easy out to be like, oh, why would I ever do something so silly?
But that's also the reason why you should be punished if you get caught. How could you do something silly is an interesting way to put it, right?
Because to your point, like, we have all this stuff set up now because of this, right?
Yeah,
because of 9/11 and guns on planes and all this stuff. So now we got to spend all this time at the airport. And then you just go waltzing in with your gun. And you know you can't have a gun in here. Like, A bell has to go off in your head. Oh, I better make sure I don't have my gun.
Well, it's funny, but didn't this happen to someone in your family as you sit here and go?
It did, but it was pre 9/11.
Oh, so that makes it okay?
Well, they just told her to go out and put it in her car.
So what happened? So
this is years ago. This was like in the early 90s. My sister-in-law is going to the airport. Both my brother and sister-in-law pack. So she's got a pistol in her purse. She forgot it was in there. So they just said, well, you had to get out of line. Go lock it up in your car. You can come back in and go on your plane. But that's way before everything went sideways, with 9/11.
The baseball coach at my college brought his hunting bag rather than his baseball bag for a trip.
By the way, worst batting average of the season that game.
But he did bag him 2 stewardess.
252 WCMF. Another loaded gun was found in a carry-on bag. Someone trying to go through the TSA, according to police, at the Rochester airport. The story says that the person who was caught with it had a valid New York State pistol permit. We don't know what
that doesn't mean anything, right? I mean, that's not the point here. Even if it's a legal gun, it's not supposed to be loaded on a plane.
I agree with you, but I think that's kind of the out that people like to use is to be like, oh, come on, it was obviously a mistake. They know the rules. They wouldn't, like Timmy said, you wouldn't do this thing. He knows the rules. It must have been a mistake.
But it's so irresponsible considering it's loaded.
And that's the problem with this, right?
Yeah.
I think maybe the best thing to do here, because, okay, you don't want to fine someone $15,000 because that could change their life forever, put them in a hole, and it's a bad way.
Sure.
You don't want to throw somebody in jail because the same kind of situation, right? There's a scarlet letter for having to serve jail time that could have someone lose their job. Maybe they have kids. I think the easiest thing to do here is if you are caught with a gun going through TSA at any airport in America, you just have your state pistol permit revoked.
Okay.
Is that fair?
All right. No pistol for you.
The idea of having a pistol permit wherever you have it, and I'm only familiar vaguely with the rules here in New York. I'm not a gun owner. You're not a gun owner. Timmy, you don't own a gun, right?
No.
Thank God. The idea is the pistol permit makes you're a safer gun owner.
Yeah, you're responsible.
Right, yeah. You've taken classes. You understand the responsibility, and they're able to keep track of where that gun is going. Whether it's a mistake or not, getting caught at the airport with a loaded handgun, you are proving in that moment you are not the most responsible gun owner.
All right, so you yank the permit and you can't buy a gun for X amount of time.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, that's not a bad scenario, really.
I mean, I wonder how many actual gun owners would be behind that, because I do have this theory. Like, look, I'm not someone who says don't own a handgun.
Right.
I get it. I understand. Right? Handgun, fine. But I don't know how you feel. It feels to me like when we have these gun discussions on the show or other people that I talk about, like the overwhelming majority of people who own guns and have pistol permits are reasonable, safe people.
They're just regular folks.
Yes, and they understand the responsibility and they understand the potential dangers, and they don't want to see anyone get hurt like most other people don't want to see anyone get hurt. Like, I'm curious, if you presented that idea to all of the gun owners in New York State, what percentage of them would have a problem with it?
Probably not. Based on that, probably not. But it's amazing that they don't have all this legislation, these laws already set to go. Because when you go to the airport, look at you. Don't put this, you could be fine. And then it's like, they're serious about it,
Timmy, could you do me a favor when you get a chance? Could you Google things that will get your pistol permit revoked?
Because they always show you, like, when you go to the airport, the drawing of a bomb.
Yeah.
But it's like the old school ones from cartoons. It's the black ball with the fuse on top. Well, I would never bring that on a plane. Sit it in my lap.
And like the other thing that pisses me off too, like you brought up, Timmy, you guys brought up pre 9/11 versus post 9/11, right? Like the security at an airport. I was of the age where I remember walking to the gate for my dad to get off the plane, right? You just walk through a quick metal detector. That was it. You said it, man. TSA has made going to an airport unbelievably painful.
Yeah.
And I get it, and I'll do it, and I'm fine with it. But if I can't bring half a drank Diet Coke through this security line, can we be a little more buttoned up about what we're doing with people caught with guns?
I am amazed, like, what's been pulled out of my bag, to your point. So I had my man purse one time, and I'm flying, and the guy stops. They pull my bag out, and I had it came with like a little pen light.
Okay.
And he goes, "What's this?" It's a pen light. Like, he looks at it, he hands it off to another guy. I gotta go stand over here in my socks and wait for him to figure it all out. But Chuck and his Glock are just cruising through the airport, going to his hunting trip.
The last time we flew as a family, my family, my wife stole jams from a place we went to breakfast. The little, like, you know.
Yeah.
Because
but that's liquid.
Bro, she's that person, right? Like, she steals all the sugars and all. If she likes something, like, I'm just taking this off the table now. But it was under, 3 ounces?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was under the thing. The guy takes it out and he goes, it's just over. And it says 3 ounces. And he goes, yeah, but, there's more in here, I can tell. And he took them. Which, again, fine.
Took your jellies.
I don't care. Take the jams, whatever. But the gun, though.
I know.
Timmy, what do we got over there?
It's a concise list, really. People that are likely to endanger the public, mental illness, drunks, felons, DWI convictions, and illegal immigrants.
So nobody in our families.
That's
interesting that a DWI... And that's in New York State, or is that national or federal?
This list is from Pennsylvania, but I'm sure it's
that
pretty similar.
Apply to.
The other article is from 1997, and it said an airport. So how accurate is that?
Well, no, you can't use. It's different state laws. New York is. It doesn't matter. None of this matters. Why did we invite Timmy? Again, Timmy, thank you for being here. Now that Timmy's sick, why is he here? God, I hate that kid so much. I don't know. Look, I'm not trying to be that dick. I'm not.
No.
And I understand mistakes happen, but there are some things that if you make a mistake with it, even if it's just a mistake.
But it's so dangerous. That's the whole thing. But I told you, like, right after 9/11, I flew, going down to see my family. And that's when they were, like, getting crazy, right? This is at the beginning of it all.
Yeah.
And I remember getting on the plane, and there was this old lady sitting next to me because I'm going to Florida, so it's nothing but grandkids and old ladies, right?
Sure, yeah.
She's got knitting needles.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah. She's got knitting needles. I'm like, how the hell? I can't bring in a big toothpaste, but you got knitting needles? Like, I always wanted her to stab me in the neck to make a point.
I think we all did. All right, so the moral of the story, don't try to bring your gun on an airplane.
And don't bring in a loaded knitting needle.
There you go. And just check your bag. All you got to do is check your bag.
Double check.
Check it.
Yeah.
How much money do you have where you forget you have a gun in a bag? Oh, that was my gun bag.
My extra gun.
Must have had my gun in there the whole time. You don't think they're expensive?
Yeah.
All right, let's take a break. There is a place that has existed for a long, long time.
But you're saying it's gonna go away?
Well, so it all depends on what the folks that live here want to do about it. Come March, this place could be wiped off the map forever.
Ever.
Yep. And this is a place that is it's like the last line of where they can hear us talking this morning. So I'm hoping there are folks from this place listening that can explain to us why they want this place to disappear or why they want this place saved. Because it would be strange, Tommy, to grow up in an area that all of a sudden doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, it's Erie.
I'll explain everything next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. There is a place just east of us that if a vote goes a certain way, will no longer exist.
It just vanishes.
Yeah, you heard what I said. The place has centuries of history.
Why are they getting rid of it?
Well, it seems, Tommy, it comes down to cash versus memories.
Oh, the taxes.
You're hanging out at the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning. I got some good news and some bad news.
Okay.
The good news is...
Good news.
You don't have to wash and change these things as much as you think you do.
Is this one of those skanky-ass things you find?
This is as skanky as it gets, because the bad news is...
I'm scrubbing.
There's no way this is true.
How nasty.
We'll tell you. Just after 7 o'clock here with the Break Room on CMF. By the way, if you are watching the show on our live stream on the Odyssey app, or Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch, you notice Kimmy looks terrible today.
Yeah.
That's not Kimmy. That is Terrible Time Timmy, despite the fact that Kimmy's name is underneath them. Kimmy is sick this morning.
Yeah, first time.
Yeah, I had a little bit of a stomach bug. So Timmy, being the great man that he is, 7 o'clock last night, said he could come in and help us out. We appreciate it, buddy.
Making it work.
All of our live streams brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, official brewery of Ugly Kimmy. Tommy, you're familiar with the village of Wolcott?
Oh, yeah, everybody knows Wolcott.
Just east of us. I believe they're like the last line of where people can hear us.
Right.
So, hello, Wolcott. If you're a fan of the village of Wolcott, am I saying that right?
Yeah, either way.
Okay. Wolcott. You'd better go check it out soon. Because come March... it could completely be wiped off the face of the map and out of history.
So what are they going to call it?
Well, it would be called nothing. It would cease to exist.
Well, people there.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, the buildings would still be there and people would still be living there.
Would it be the town of
Wolcott. Back in November,
there
was a petition submitted to dissolve the village. And it got enough signatures. So now
they're out.
The people who live in the village of Wolcott will have a vote on whether or not to get rid of it. So this is normally done, according to the story on 13 Wham, to save money.
A little tax break or something?
You got it. You can bring down tax stuff and make things more efficient in the area. Like, you don't need, garbage retrieval for both a village and a town when the village is within the town and a whole bunch of different stuff. There's a lot of redundant things you're paying
Can't
for.
you just do that anyway without changing the damn name?
Well, no, because... if you did that, you wouldn't need the village. The village exists just for those things.
All right.
I mean, we live in towns because the towns offer us services that we pay for.
Right, but they have like
Welcome to Civics.
No, but they got like a city hall with a name on it.
And you have a town hall and a village place. I don't know.
In Fairport, the village court dissolved. It's all run through the town of Pennington now.
But there's still a village of Fairport.
Yeah.
All right.
So why?
But they're saying they ain't gonna be no Wolcott.
No, there will be no more village of Wolcott anywhere. But the money is not enough for some people to want to get rid of the town, Tom.
What else they want?
Well, last night, 13 Wham covered a meeting at the village firehouse, and residents voiced their concern. If this happens, 13 people who work for the village are out of a job.
All right.
And that's not good, including 2 police officers.
Well, that's what happens when you cut back, right?
Can we do a quick sidebar here? You have 2 police officers in the village of Wolcott?
Yeah, they call them Mr. Day and Mr. Night.
That's it! You
also,
have a
Butch Cassidy and the Sunday Gang Skid. Mr. Inside, Mr. Outside.
Who's the boss of the 2-person...
That's Mayberry. That is Mayberry. That was a two-man operation.
No, like, I get that you don't need a lot of police officers, but I would have thought 3 was the minimum amount of...
Yeah, because you got to have one guy to cover if one guy gets sick.
Thank you. And, like, one guy has to be in charge. You can't have a boss and then one other guy.
Right.
How do you bitch about your boss if there's no one else?
Yeah, true.
You know what I'm saying? And you're right. Like, what if one guy needs, like, a day off or, like, somebody gets sick?
Yeah.
You're working, 72 hours straight?
You just on call or just turn the lights out?
So going back to the story, some folks say they have no problem paying a little bit more for the great services they say the village offers.
All right.
And then it comes down to the history part of it. There are folks whose families have lived in the village of Wolcott for generations, and they don't want that to disappear, which is understandable, but is also a little funny, seeing as how, if I'm not mistaken, the village of Wolcott will be absorbed by the town of Wolcott.
Oh, so you're still Wolcott.
But you're the town, right?
Oh,
Is that...
for God's sakes. I thought you lose the whole damn name.
It could be. It's such a small area that why would it even be 2 different things to begin with?
Well, but you can make that argument about a lot of things, which we'll get to in a sec. But could you Google, is the village of Wolcott in the town of Wolcott? Because it is kind of funny. Like, we want to save the village, but you would still be from Wolcott.
Yeah,
you would still live in Wolcott.
You don't have to change your address.
I feel like I'm saying that wrong, saying it over.
Wolcott?
Wolcott?
I think it's Wolcott.
Wolcott.
I think if you're from the area, it's Wolcott.
Waffles. Tommy?
Yeah.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Should you keep the village of Wolcott and pay a little more just for the history?
Not for the history, because nobody cares about the history.
Oh, no, a lot of people care.
If you're part of the history, yes. But there's other people there could care less.
No, I think if you live in a small place like that, everybody takes pride.
And by the way, the history don't change. The history will be the history. It's always there. You'll have the town plaques and the historical markers. It's still there.
Well, no, because it's not the village. At a time, this
you taking that all down?
No, I don't know. It probably stays. But it's not going to be the village anymore.
Yeah.
You're not a villager. You're a townie.
Oh, yeah. Nobody wants to be a townie.
Villager sounds quaint.
Townie sounds you have a drinking problem.
Exactly.
And you know where all the meth is cooked.
All these votes are taking place at the town courthouse, so none of it even makes sense to begin with.
So wait, they're going to the town courthouse to vote
about the
village. Okay, that makes sense to me.
All right.
But here's the thing. 252-WCMF, with the village of Wolcott having a vote in March to dissolve the village and be absorbed by what we think is the town of Wolcott out there, and folks arguing about it, there are other places like this in our area. It's weird how many villages in the greater Rochester area are known more than their towns are. Timmy just brought up Fairport.
Yeah.
But when you talk about that area, people always say Fairport. They never say Parrington.
Right, Parrington isn't a place. It doesn't even have a zip code.
Wait, what?
Parrington, New York is not a thing.
No, but people live in Parrington.
Right, but it's a Fairport mailing address.
No, but is there a place where it's Parrington and not Fairport? Like outside of the village?
The town of Parrington is a thing, but it's encompassed by Fairport, New York.
So wait, the village is bigger than the town. Why am I asking you?
The town is huge, but it's not an actual thing. There's no Parrington post office.
That doesn't make sense.
But listen, so like where I live in Pittsford, we don't live we live in the village.
Okay.
Technically, but the house is so old. It's a Rochester address.
Oh, no kidding.
Which means that didn't even exist when this house was built. It was just considered the city of Rochester.
Interesting. So
and that's never changed.
So you've been living in the city this whole time,
right.
running your mouth the way that you
Big
have.
city guy.
Yes.
I know the city, man. It's my peeps.
But like you're right, you bring up the village of Pittsford versus the town of Pittsford. How about Spencerport? People will say Spencerport. They will never say Ogden. And there are more pride in the smaller places
probably.
than there are in the bigger places.
Well, if you have a festival, that kind of marks you too.
Okay. So like Spencerport has Canal Days or whatever it is.
Fairport's got Canal Days.
Yeah. Or I'm sorry, Spencerport Carnival. But like that kind of stuff seems to happen in those smaller areas. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. But all this stuff was decided like in the early 1800s.
Okay.
So maybe we should like let some of this stuff go.
All right, but can't there be an argument made that in these trying times, we're losing somewhat of a sense of community?
Yeah, but there's probably some weird-ass laws like no lantern can be turned on before church services on Sunday morning.
Well, then don't turn your lantern on. It's pretty simple.
All right.
No, but like, you like to make the argument that young people are not buying homes, therefore there's no one, those people don't have pride in that town and people aren't getting. These villages, they make that happen.
Okay, but this is the extreme to me on the other end.
Oh, my God.
Like, I get what you're saying, but the guy that wants to hold on to some antiquated line in the sand that was drawn by people with no education 1,000 years ago with muskets. We got to stick to that.
Says man who barely graduated high school and lived in a state that everybody gets handed a musket. Musket, Florida.
Yeah, there probably is one.
You know what's funny, too, is you're making this argument to dissolve the village. Yet, if they were to opt to dissolve the village of Pittsford, I know your wife would be furious.
Oh, yeah.
Because
it's bragging.
What do you mean it's bragging?
Well, because you're top shelf.
How so?
Because we're the richest community.
So you think that the village of Pittsford is fancier than the town of Pittsford?
I guess perception, right? If you say the village sounds fancier.
Okay.
Because it sounds like you're right in the coochie of Pittsford.
The coochie of Pittsford. That makes it sound very fancy.
Right?
Getting some of that Pittsford coochie.
Bro, you don't think Pittsford's got the fanciest coochies?
I don't know, man. I've seen some of those chicks walking around. Fancy, yes. Fancy. Well, don't want to.
Oh, you know they're clean as hell, man.
I don't know, man. Anyway, we've got
every Saturday night.
We've got
scrub.
No, but like you know that the people in Fairport look at themselves as better than folks who live in Parrington. Folks that live in Spencerport look at themselves as better than folks that live in Ogden. Yeah,
a village sounds quaint.
So then, with this whole Wolcott village, Wolcott town, I'm sure there is a rivalry between the folks that live in the village of Wolcott versus the town of Wolcott. And if that gets dissolved, well, how do I know who's better than the other person?
Just look at the car you're driving.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about the village of Wolcott. There will be a vote in March after a petition got enough signatures. Guess how many signatures it got?
I don't even know how big the town is, but I'm going to say it's under 100.
You nailed it. 86.
Oh, my God.
86 signatures is bringing this thing to a vote in March. And if the vote passes, the village of Wolcott will cease to exist.
Welcome to democracy.
And put both of their police officers out of a job.
Yeah.
252-WCMF. All right, we've been trying to figure out how to say Wolcott.
Wolcott.
Ben is on CMF. He's going to help us. Hey, Ben, what's up,
I
buddy?
think he's from that way.
So it's pronounced Wolcott.
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 With a hard T.
Yes.
Okay, and the village is in the town of Wolcott.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Hey, does Wolcott that town that has that weird statue in the middle of the street?
Yes. The nudie statue in the middle, kind of next to an intersection.
It's a topless statue.
That sounds awesome.
And it's right next to the grocery store. That's how you know how to get to the grocery store. Turn left at the nipple.
Yeah, it's actually also down the street from the theater too.
All right, fantastic.
Oh, the old Wolcott Theater.
All right, Ben. I mean, you come from out in the country. You know about these rivalries between villages and towns, and the history that people hold a lot of stake in, right? Like, I mean, if you're in this thing, do you vote to dissolve the village, or do you vote to become part of the town?
I grew up in Williamson, so I really could care less.
It's a hypothetical, you idiot. That was a question.
Yes, I know. Also, I have kind of a hatred for North Rose Wolcott, because my Pony League softball team got absolutely smoked by them when I was a kid.
Okay, hold on. Stop. Did you say my Pony League softball team?
Yes.
Yeah, so I grew up in I originally in Walworth. Then we moved to Williamson.
I'm sorry.
When we lived in Walworth, my baseball team played against North Rose Wolcott, and half our team showed
Well, you heard
up.
what happened, right?
Wait.
It was terrible. Man.
What happened?
Inside pitch.
Yeah?
Cut Ben not looking.
No kidding.
And here comes the pitch right down. A young slugger out there. Oh, my God. Here comes Lasorda, and he's not happy. Apparently, he's got a glass of Jack Daniels in his hand. You two can enjoy old number 7 at home responsibly.
Ben's so dumb he got hit in the mouth by a slow-pitch softball. Ben, thanks for all the... What's that?
That was actually a regular pitch. I was 13.
None of this matters. Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
I know.
Now.
Have a good one.
Bye. There goes Ben. 252-WCMF. Let's try something else.
Okay.
Let's try somebody new.
Television?
I'm just saying. Barbara's on CMF. Hey, Barbara. What's up, buddy?
Good morning, guys. Well, geez, now there's going to be a big civil kerfuffle in the town of Wolcott, because there still will be one more village left in the town of Wolcott.
Wait, there's 2 villages in the town of Wolcott?
Yes, there is.
What's the other?
Red Creek is the other village within the town.
So it's a town with 2 villages?
Yeah, well, a town is like a bigger thing.
Oh,
a village is
Barbara.
smaller. A village or a hamlet. And they're talking about Fairport and Parrington. Parrington is much bigger, and it holds multiple. It holds the village of Fairport. It also holds Bushnell's Basin. It also holds Egypt.
I hate everybody so much right now.
Egypt? There's only one Egypt.
A town is bigger than a village. I know a town is bigger than a village, Barber.
Well, look at Irondequoit. Irondequoit is only the town of Irondequoit. It has no villages within its borders.
I understand.
Now we've done it.
Oh, my God. All right.
Depeche Mode has no base.
And also, Parrington, they've changed the name of this town. It used to be called Parrington with an ING back in the day.
Yep.
Slow down. I'm writing this all down.
They changed the spelling.
That was really great, Barbara. I appreciate all the information. Thank you for making us smarter.
And by the way, the post office thing, the post office is only in the village of Parrington, because it wouldn't make sense to have 5 different post offices for the 5 different zip codes that are in the town of Parrington.
You mean the town? Okay, gotcha. All right, Barbara, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate the call. Have a good rest of the day.
Tommy Nation.
Yep, there it goes. Yeah, he's on your side, buddy. How do we take the 2 worst calls of the week back to back?
I don't know, man.
Give me some village talk. Maybe this is my fault. Might be my fault.
It's village talk. It's old man crack.
Somebody else called in and said that there's actually there is no town of Wolcott. It's the town of Huron.
Oh.
But I think that is part of North Rose, which is the other part of the school district of that.
So there is no town of Wolcott.
Internet says yes. Phone call said no.
Oh, who do we
Well,
trust?
think about this, man. You had a rose, and you found it necessary to have a north rose.
Is there a south rose?
I don't know.
I think that's just Wolcott.
Well, no, but why? If you have a north rose, you would have to have a south. It would just be rose.
Yeah, because we have a North Dakota and we have a South Dakota.
Yeah, you have a West Virginia. You wouldn't need a Virginia, right? Or a West Virginia if you didn't have just. Although it is weird, it's not East Virginia. It's just Virginia.
Yeah, we only have a North and South Carolina.
Well,
We ain't got no regular Carolina. We got no Middle Carolina.
Let's take a break.
All right.
All right, this is going to save you some time.
Fantastic.
And potentially save you some money.
Ooh, I like that.
It also might be the most disgusting thing you've heard all day, and this is specifically towards men. If women were to do this, they can make themselves very sick.
Oh, that nasty.
But, like, bro, this is coming from doctors, apparently.
Yeah, because they want more business.
No, what? Specifically dermatologists. You think they're all scam artists?
Well, not all. There's some good ones out there. Well, you married one of the good ones.
Well, what does that mean?
She's one of the top dermatologists.
We still talking about dermatologists?
Yes.
We will tell you what it turns out you don't have to keep changing every day. And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Most folks have the same routine every morning.
Oh, yeah. You get your rut.
Well, yeah, you get up, you brush your teeth, you clean yourself, you put on brand new clothes, and you're on your way.
Mm-hmm.
But it turns out, at least according to experts, one of those things is totally unnecessary.
Like, I don't have to do it at all.
Yes, and you may be wasting time and money doing this specific thing every single morning.
Well, I want to save money, Pat.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF for the first time in break room history. Kimmy is down for the count.
Insane.
She's got a stomach bug. Called me yesterday. You didn't even know until that's the other funniest part of the thing.
Yeah.
She called me. You didn't know she wasn't going to be here until you walked in this morning.
No.
She didn't even bother calling you. Luckily, our good buddy, Terrible Time Timmy, we gave him a call at 7 o'clock last night because you have no life.
Correct.
You were available.
Just jobs, man.
Really appreciate it. So Timmy will be in. You can see his beautiful face on our live stream camera when he slightly moves it away from. Don't do that. Don't do that. Our live stream brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, official brewery of whatever the hell that face just was. A new study
I'm going to get sick.
from medical professionals suggests that men are needlessly changing their underwear every day.
You have to change your trowel, man.
No, actually, it turns out you don't, at least according to this.
Men even more than women.
Everything you just said is the opposite of what these doctors are saying.
That's the smelliest part of your effing body.
Several dermatologists and skincare experts were quoted in this article saying, essentially, as long as you are not engaging in, quote, vigorous physical activity, men can wear the same pair of underwear again the next day.
But why would you? Like, underwear's cheap. It's the best bargain in garment.
Your underwear ain't cheap. You got your high-end underwear, buddy.
I got my Tommy John.
What do you pay per undie?
$25.
$25 per undie?
Yeah, that was on sale.
You just said they were cheap.
No, but you can buy cheap undie.
Timmy, how much are your undies?
Probably about the same.
That's
why I wear mine like 9 days in a row.
Ah! You were saying.
No, but I mean, I don't care if you're just a regular guy, if you're a sissy boy, you don't do a damn thing all day, right?
Yeah.
Your balls smell.
Okay.
And it holds your sack.
How do you know they smell? What are you doing?
Are you smelling your own balls when you sit in that chair?
I know they smell. And your ass smells. So that's the two worst
checks
parts,
out.
right?
Yeah.
Two smelliest parts.
No,
Even
I
if you're not
would
doing
agree with
nothing.
that. I would agree
Why
with
would
that.
you not change your underwear?
I am not saying not to change your underwear.
And it sounds like you would chafe and you would get a rash. You get a ball or ass rash, Pete.
What I am telling you here is that these doctors and skincare experts are saying you can wear the same pair of undies back to back without washing them in consecutive days. Now, there are a couple of caveats here. Women cannot do this, at least to the medical experts, according to the medical experts they talk to.
Infection.
They say the female anatomy and the fact that women traditionally wear tighter fitting underwear means they are more susceptible to infections.
Sure, and don't forget they secrete more down there.
That was not in the story.
You got your monthly.
For God's sakes, man.
You get when they get excited.
For God's sake. You think that just happens in the middle of the day?
It could.
Like women that walk past you. Ooh, now I gotta change my panties.
She might goo up a little bit. She sees the right fella
No
or gal. Hey, I'm not
chance.
discriminating here.
Okay.
You don't think girls just naturally get a little something going on?
Oh my God! It's never
They say a lot of times every time a woman sneezes, she loses a pint of fluid down there.
Furthering the tight women underwear point, they say men who wear looser fitting underwear are able to get away with this easier.
So big old boxers.
Yeah, boxers as opposed to briefs or boxer briefs are the ideal one, but they do say boxer briefs would be okay. Briefs, maybe not. And you wear boxers, right?
Boxer brief.
Oh, so you switched over to the boxer brief.
Well, that's what Tommy John makes.
Because I got you a pair of boxer briefs a couple years ago. You called me a sissy boy.
Well, that's what you know what? You started me on it then. Yeah, you did. You started me on the boxer brief.
That's right.
Because I used to be straight boxer.
We share
Old
underwear.
school. I used to walk around like Vince Lombardi at a press conference after the game.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Look, I'm kind of with you here. I don't understand why, as a man, you would roll the dice.
Right, because I bathe my balls twice a day.
Okay.
And I mean scrub. There's soap on my ball.
Yeah, how else are you supposed to do it?
And then I talc up.
Okay, that's weird that you talc up twice a day.
And all the way up to my taint.
Even in the wintertime?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
Because it's dry down here. I get itchy and I'm hairy.
No.
So I powder to the taint. Sounds like a revolution.
Shut up. Powder to the tape,
man.
Timmy, could you look up, see if we can find this? What the average number of underwear, the number of underwear the average man has. How many pair of underwear do you think you have?
10.
Okay. I think I'm over you. I think I got 2 weeks worth of undies.
Oh.
Ready to roll. I hate doing laundry.
I do too. And undies, that's when you know you got to do laundry. You're down to your last trout.
And that's just it. Everybody has like the last 3 pair of underwear that are your least favorite pair.
Yeah, they go to the bottom of the drawer.
Like once you hit those, it's time to do laundry again, right? But like, I don't know, like why? What would be the reason, other than pure laziness, of rolling the dice and wearing as a man the same underwear back-to-back days?
There's no benefit.
Timmy, what do we got for average pair of undies?
Between 8 and 20.
Okay.
That was a COVID survey, so.
8 and 20. That's a pretty wide swath.
Ideally between 10 and 12.
How many do you have?
Like 50.
Wait, you got that many pair of underwear?
Maybe 30.
Okay.
Do you not throw them out?
I've got the same underwear from like high school.
No, you don't. Why? You're in your 30s.
Hold on. You went to high school?
Graduated and everything. It's crazy.
Wait, why would you how old are you?
35.
There's no way you got underwear that old.
I don't. I avoid
years.
them, but I haven't thrown them out. They're just sitting in a drawer.
Those are called gas caps.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With this article from dermatologists, doctors, medical professionals saying that men do not need to change their underwear every day. It's completely unnecessary. You can wear the same pair from the day before. What other clothes are you allowed to wear the next day without washing?
But that touches your skin?
Yeah. Because
Nothing.
jeans are number one.
Well, no, but jeans don't touch your...
They're touching your legs. They're touching your...
Jeans you could.
Okay, so how many times will you guys wear a pair of jeans before you wash them again?
At least 3. Maybe not consecutive days in a row, but I'll just like throw them on the side and not have to worry about washing them.
How many days? How many times? How many times will you wear those jeans?
So I wear twice, and then I'll wash.
You guys are such bitches.
Well, how long?
Bro, I'll go like a month.
Months?
Yeah, and I wear like, I got a 2 rotation.
You in the wilderness?
There are some people that have never washed the jeans that they have. You're not supposed to wash expensive jeans. You know that. Not that I don't have expensive jeans. I just don't wash
I just have regular ass jeans.
Oh, yeah, okay, Mr. $50 a pair Tommy John underwear. Come on, Tommy John.
But that seems like a long way to go without washing anything.
No, I mean, look, I always give them the smell test.
Yeah, but you isn't your nose effed up?
Well, I have a nose deaf, as they call it.
Don't you have a deviated septum or something?
No, I've broken my nose several times. I don't know.
So you probably can't smell.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
I have very sensitive sense of smell.
Well, that's interesting.
I know when you stink.
Oh, but bro, I smell your ass every single day, so either you have the worst ass of all time or my nose is doing just fine. No, I think like most people don't wash their jeans for a month at a time. Unless you're like working in them, but even then,
well, yeah, working, you got to wash. Those guys wash. They got to throw that in the wash every day.
Well, I don't know though. Like if you're just around other working guys, maybe you don't have to be washing them even fewer. I don't know. I don't know.
Like when I worked like a regular job and I was cutting meat.
Yeah.
Like you could only wear those pants like one day.
Bro, when I worked at Wegmans.
Really?
In the prepared food section, so I would wear like a pair of like slacks.
Yeah. But they're like low end stuff I would get at Kmart.
Yeah. I never washed those things.
Really?
Bro, it was gross.
Oh yeah, I couldn't do that.
Super.
Because I get a rash around my crotch.
Yeah, crotch rash.
Yeah.
Crotch rash.
Especially in Florida, man, with all the humidity.
What other clothes do you wear and not wash and wear again?
Like one and done?
No. I'm saying I can wear it multiple times without having to wash it.
Maybe an outer shirt, not a t-shirt, but
you
an
are
outer
such a bitch. Who calls it an outer shirt? Well, you are such a sissy ass, bitch ass outer shirt wearing bitch.
I have a lot of outer shirts, and I have t-shirts and stuff that go underneath. So because you layer, all right. So you got a hoodie on. Today.
Yep, got my hoodie.
You're not gonna wash that.
No, I never wash my hoodies.
But you have a t-shirt on it.
Yeah. Well, I have a long sleeve thermal. I'll wash those, but I never wash my hoodies.
I mean, I wash my hoodies once in a while.
Yeah, like never. Unless I get something on the hoodie, like a stain.
Well, yeah, then you gotta wash. That's a given.
Other than that, like I may have hoodies in my room I haven't washed since like last year.
Oh no, I probably wash hoodies twice. Well, at least once a month.
Nothing on your body touches. Like there's not a piece of skin that is touching the hoodie on me right now.
Like sweaters and stuff like that, outer sweaters, something like that.
Stop calling things outer.
I would take that to the dry cleaner.
Timmy, how often do you wash your hoodies?
I can go about 2 weeks wearing them. But I'll wear this like 10 days out of 14 and then toss it.
Okay.
But you don't dry clean anything.
Well, that brings up the other thing. No, most people don't dry clean anything.
Yeah, that's why there's dry cleaners out of business, but they're still open.
Timmy, when's the last time you dry cleaned
something? He don't dry clean. I get it. He's a guy.
I think it was for something for a wedding. I can't remember which
Kimmy's
wedding.
wedding.
Might have been.
I'm going to say 80% of men have never dry cleaned an underclothes.
If you're a business guy that wears a dress shirt, you dry clean and have them pressed.
How many business guys do we know?
Every guy upstairs.
Bro, you look at those guys. Those guys are dry cleaning their clothes.
Gene dry cleans. They call him Gene to dry clean. No, so like when I wear dress shirts in here,
Yeah, no,
I'll because the collars get a little nasty. I make sure they get dry cleaned at least once a month.
Do you feel like a bitch going to the dry cleaner?
No,
Because you should.
because they know me there.
No, I know. That makes you even more of a bitch that you're on a first-name basis in the year 2024 with your dry cleaner.
So when I go to
and your cobbler.
So when I go to the dry cleaner, they've already memorized my telephone number, so I don't even have to say anything. I just drop it off. Same thing with the shoe guy when I get my shoes shined.
We have Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Again, this whole discussion started with an article, had medical experts, doctors, skincare specialists. They all agreed, at least the people in this article, that men do not have to change their underwear every single day. You can pick up the same pair you wore before and wear it again today.
Enjoy the birds flying over your head.
Jessica writes us on Facebook.
Jessica.
Little pop. You don't need to change your underwear ever as a woman.
Ever?
If you don't wear underwear.
So she's going bare beef to work.
That's the impression I get.
That sounds like you could really hurt yourself. No, how could a woman never wear underwear? And like, if let's say you're wearing a skirt,
well, that's,
and you get up too fast and you snag it on something.
this ain't Penthouse, man. I don't think you're going bare with a skirt on.
She could wear a long skirt.
Okay, then how would you snag it on something?
Your lip.
With the skirt?
Yeah, with the skirt.
How long is the lip, man?
Some lady's pretty long lipped. That's Jessica with the long lips. Tight hips.
Shut up.
Nice lips.
Leggings, yoga pants have become very popular.
That's like you're going to see your vagina, man.
No, I don't think most women wear. I wish Kimmy was here. She could answer the question.
No, they wear something underneath.
No, I don't think most women wear panties with those leggings. In all sincerity, because
you can see through. You can see their butt action.
You can't, bro. You would see the panty line unless they're like super thick leggings.
No, but I'm saying like if you're just walking,
yeah,
you would see the outline of your cooch.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes, you would.
I mean, I guess it depends on the anatomy of the woman, but
let's say if you have a fairly drastic knuckle down there.
Kimmy leaves for one day. And this discussion has been horrific.
Drastic knuckle?
Drastic knuckle.
Worst movie I ever saw.
Jessica with the long lips. Like, you're such a bitch. She leaves for one day. Now you want to run your mouth about everything you know about women because you know she ain't here to crush you. Then meanwhile, terrible time Timmy's looking on in horror. His last day ever working for our company. No, I'm telling you, man, I think with most women, leggings and yoga pants, they don't wear panties.
So if you see a woman with pantyhose on.
Yeah.
Does she have an underwear under those?
That I don't know.
Because it's got the cotton panel.
Well, she got pantyhose on, so let's see. Were you walking in 1972?
Well, women still wear pantyhose.
It's got the cotton panel. That was the least dirty thing you said, and it was hands down the most creepy you said. Got the cotton panel? Are you wearing a pantyhose with a cotton panel in there? All right, 252 WCMF. Kimmy is gone, so we need outside women's sources.
An outside vagina.
Let's talk to Courtney. Hey, Courtney, how's it going?
Good morning. I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. What do you got for us?
Good. So the answer to your question, they actually make panties for women that are no-show, designed specifically for leggings and things like that.
So they're tight.
Tight?
Yeah.
Okay, so...
There's a tight no-show seam.
All right,
so is that like a thong?
Essentially, but the way that the edges are is they make it so they don't have the line.
All right, so Courtney, when you wear leggings and yoga pants, you don't go bare. You wear those things.
Correct.
It doesn't sound like it covers up much.
Yeah, what's the point of wearing those? But like, what's the point of wearing them? Like, if they're thin and barely there, like, why not just go bare?
Because it's a different feeling in terms of, like, the leggings still have the seams where everything was sewn together.
Ah, I see.
But your whole butt is exposed anyway.
Well, no, but she's saying, like, you know, you brought up the snag as a joke. That's what she's saying.
Okay, all right.
Catch a seam snag.
All right, so the lips are tucked in.
Yes, exactly.
Don't agree with him, for God's sakes, Courtney.
Well, she might have pouty ones.
Courtney,
I'm also going to...
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that bras are one of those things, most women won't admit it, but we will totally not wash them and wear, like, you'll wear one and then you let it rest for a few days, similar to your jeans.
So that was one of the most horrific things I found out when I first lived with a woman.
What's that?
Well, like, I dated this girl, and she was pretty well endowed. And I had never thought about it. I grew up with two sisters, a mother, and it never came up, right?
Nice Italian knockers.
What I'm saying is, I assumed you could just like you would throw a bra in the wash at the end of the day.
Oh no!
No, Courtney, she kept wearing the same bra over and over to the point where like you could tell by looking at it.
It was like yellow.
Like it would like hang over the chair, and I remember like looking at it like, oh
Go out
no.
by itself on Saturday night.
It was bad. Like Courtney, how often do you wash your bra?
Probably once a month, but I have about 9 or 10 of them that I rotate through.
Okay.
So they're super expensive.
Yeah.
So what
For
do
a
you
good
pay?
quality one, absolutely.
Like you could pay up to $80 for a bra. That was that Oprah bra years ago.
Oh my God, you're basing all of your bra knowledge on a single episode of Oprah you saw one time.
Don't all men?
Courtney, we really appreciate all the information. Thank you very much.
Have a great day. Thanks, guys.
There goes Courtney. She's always wearing panties. She's always wearing bras. Sometimes they're dirty. We got ladies trying to get in on this all over the place.
Really?
More Facebook messages. Meg writes us. I have to force my husband to wash his underwear. He drops them on the floor at night, puts them back on again the next day, and doesn't keep track of how many days. If I don't come in and pick them up and wash them when he's not there, I don't think he would ever wash them.
Oh, my God.
You have to love that, man.
You got to ride that man at some point. How do you do that with that stank dong?
How do you do that with that stank dog is my favorite Ribs Arkansas
How
song.
do you do it with that stank dong when you got damn tied panties on? Tuck in them lips, sister.
I know all men do gross things, at least things that our wives' girlfriends think are gross, right? But like Meg, you're married to a guy that you think wouldn't ever wash his underwear if you weren't behind him picking them up.
Right. And you got to be intimate with that guy at some point.
Oh.
God bless women, man. I don't know how they do it.
All right, let's take a break. We've learned a very valuable lesson.
Where we learn?
In the city of Rochester.
Right.
If you want something to explode and do well, if you want to bring people into downtown Rochester, 3 words.
Yeah.
Keep it simple.
Yeah.
Because we have some information about what seems to be now the most popular event of the year.
Oh, your thing.
In the city of Rochester. You make fun of it all the time. You say it's dumb and stupid and nobody cares. Wait till you hear how many people walked through the turnstiles of this place this season.
So I didn't know how many hipster jackholes we had in this town.
So your wife's a hipster jackhole.
Sometime.
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. For years, the city of Rochester wanted to be big money.
Oh, yeah.
Giant ideas that cost a ton of cash that were going to make us a big-time city and bring people in.
And all of them tanked.
Over and over again, Tommy. Failed in spectacular fashion. But some numbers in front of us today have proven for Rochester, when you want a successful event or idea, the simpler the idea is, the more successful it will be.
You're right,
Which you're nodding your head, despite the fact that every time this comes up on the show or anything like it, you destroy it. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. Kimmy is down for the count.
Yeah, poor thing.
She's out today. She's sick. First time ever.
She's the toughest woman I've ever worked with.
Till today.
That's true.
You know what that means?
What?
The cheese stands alone, buddy. I'm the last one that's never taken a sick day.
Yeah, you be it.
That's right.
You just jinxed yourself.
Yes, I did. Filling in for Kimmy this morning, helping us out a ton on super late notice. Terrible time, Timmy. Thanks a ton, man.
You're welcome,
We
man.
appreciate it. Just sit there.
Happy to be here.
Sit there silently, and Tommy and I will do the show.
Done.
Great. The holidays have been over for about a week.
Yeah.
But yesterday, we got the final numbers for this year's Rock Holiday Village. And that's the annual event they put on for a few days every week during the month of December at Martin Luther King Jr. Park. This year, the Rock Holiday Village said they had 185,000 visitors come to the event throughout the month of December.
That's insane.
185,000. Just to put that in perspective, how many people that is for our area. The entire city of Rochester has a population of 210,000. They were 25,000 people short of having the equivalent of everyone in the city at this event.
So that means a lot of people went multiple times to get those numbers.
Well, no. I mean, it's possible you had 185,000 people individually because this is all of Greater Rochester.
True,
the number I
yeah.
gave you was just the city.
Right.
But, I mean, it happens in the city. What is more remarkable about this, Tommy?
What's up?
It is a very simple idea.
Yeah.
The ice rink, it's already there. It's been there for years. They set up a tent for beer sales so people can hang out inside. They rent out space to craft vendors. They invite food trucks. They build little igloos, and boom, you got 200,000 people hanging out.
A festival.
Downtown, Tommy.
I know.
And look, I understand. I looked this up just out of curiosity. The Lilac Festival brings in about 600,000 people every year, but that is a much more labor-intensive, expensive event. You're booking bands. You're building stages.
The weather's different.
You got it. All of that stuff, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that in the middle of winter, the worst time to be outside in Rochester, that you could bring almost 200,000 people downtown to spend money and have fun and check out all the new things that's going on in Rochester is remarkable.
It is. It is. It is. I'm shocked.
For a very long time, the city of Rochester had a problem. How do we get people to come downtown?
Well, you had to tap into that market.
You got it.
Your Bitcoiners.
No, I mean, I'm talking even before
Your
that.
Cruise.
For like the last 25, 30 years. Yeah. And they tried, the city of Rochester, a bunch of very expensive ideas.
Well, sometimes they try stuff, it would start working, and then they go, no.
Can you give me an example?
East End.
Okay, that's a good one.
They expanded it to almost every once a month, and then they didn't like the noise, and then they just got rid of it.
Well, because of dicks like you.
Dicks like me, what do I do?
Guys your age, I want to be cool, move downtown condo. Wait a minute, there's things downtown, cancel it. Get rid of it. And then, like, the super expensive stuff they wanted to do.
Well, then we went over our head.
There was the fast ferry to bring people to downtown Rochester from Toronto. That boat ends up getting repossessed.
And we still have the building we're stuck with.
Yes, we do. There was the standalone soccer stadium for the Rochester Rhinos. That was
going to be major league, buddy.
And everyone's coming downtown. That failed in spectacular fashion to the point where that stadium still exists. And there are teams that play in it, but not a single person in this city can tell you who plays in that stadium. There was the idea, Tommy, for the new Performing Arts Center. Get big-time shows to come to Rochester, turn us into a cultural hub of upstate New York.
Yeah.
And even Tom Golisano backed it, pledging almost $100 million to the project, until it ballooned to over $250 million in cost, and Golisano pulled his cash. Like, just flop after flop after flop of expensive idea. Yet, in the last few years, there have been very successful things bringing people downtown. We just mentioned the Rock Holiday Village.
Yeah.
For years, the city tried to figure out what to do with a big empty space that was eventually known as Parcel 5. And they wanted a bunch of expensive things to put there.
Well, wasn't the Performing Arts Center going to go there at one point?
At one point, then they were going to move it across the street and knock down the old Clarion Hotel. But when it came to Parcel 5, eventually they just decided to leave it alone. And now it brings tens of thousands of people a year in the summer for concerts and events where all you have to do is set up a stage.
Yeah.
The bottom line is this.
What's that?
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The more simple the idea for downtown Rochester, the greater chance it has to succeed.
Yeah, just throw some food trucks in there and some music, and you will get every douche.
What does that mean? Douches have money. And
hey, God bless the douche.
So your wife's a douche?
No, but she married one. So I guess that would make her semi a douche.
No, because you don't want to do this stuff. Your wife loves all of this
Yes,
stuff.
she does.
She wants to go see those concerts. She wants to go hang out at Rock Holiday Village, right? You get dragged along and you bitch and you moan.
Yes, I do.
You make fun of the city for spending all this money on things that are going to fail, and they come up with this brilliant idea, and you piss and you moan about how it sucks.
And here's the thing. They're not really cheap.
What do you mean?
Like that Rock Holiday Village, if you go down there and drink and eat, it's not inexpensive.
Oh, you mean for the people that are going?
Yeah, like if you're going to go and indulge, that food and that booze is not cheap.
So here's the secret brilliance of an event like Rock Holiday Village or concerts at Parcel 5. If you want to spend money, you're right. You can spend a bunch of money. You can buy some expensive things being sold there. Yeah, the food.
The high-end mustard.
The beer. Yep. You could pay a whole bunch of money for an igloo. Like if you want to spend money, you can. And you can feel like you're somebody important. If you don't want to spend a dime, you don't have to do that.
No, but if you're bringing a lady down there, you're going to have to drop some bank to get into some like Christmas crack.
I don't know, a couple of beers and like a hot dog from a food truck? What's that, $25?
You giving some chick a hot dog?
I'm just saying, if it's like
That's later, buddy.
If it's a young couple, that's perfect.
But if I'm dating, I'm still going to probably buy 4 drinks and some apps of some sort.
Okay.
Right? So, over the course of an evening.
All right. So what, 30, 40 bucks? Yeah. Compared to what?
I don't know. I don't know. Those beers are not cheap.
Oh, for God's sake. Do you hear yourself right now? It's obviously not enough of a problem to keep people away.
No, listen, God bless you, man. I didn't know people had this kind of money.
All right. So admit you were wrong.
About what?
The Rock Holiday Village.
Oh, it's a hit. Hey, I'm not going to. How could I be an idiot to argue with those numbers? What?
No, I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for you to be like, but I was going to say.
Not for me. Like, I did. There was nothing in that place that interests me.
Nothing at all?
No. Because I was like, we went down there and we ended up parking underneath by the old Wheeze building. And I'm not a big craft beer guy, and I don't ice skate, and we have plenty of mustard at home. And like,
could you have sounded more like an old man? We got mustard at home. Put the mustard down.
And you know when you go with your lady, she's going to stop at every one of those stalls.
Sure, yeah.
Every one of them.
See, look, man, I normally don't like stuff like this. I love my experience at the Rock Holiday Village. I love going every year. I look forward to it. The first time.
But you also igloo.
Well, we iglooed the one time.
Yeah.
And, like I said, because I had an igloo, that made me better than you.
But there's nothing more pretentious than a man and a woman in an igloo.
Oh, I agree with you 100%. But that's why you get the igloo. It's why the igloos sell out immediately, because I get to look out of the igloo at the people that could not manage to get...
You look down on us.
Yeah, at the people that couldn't get on the website in time, and I know that I'm a better person than you because I am inside said plastic igloo.
And I was freezing my ass off.
Oh, is that... Bro, there's barrel fires all over the place. That's
your
own
mother
fault.
wasn't there.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about the end of the Rock Holiday Village. Yesterday, they announced they had 185,000 people throughout the event come and spend time at the village just for just so you can understand how many people that is. The entire city of Rochester has a population of 210,000 people. You were 25,000 people off of having the equivalent of the entire population of the city.
That's insane.
Spend some time at the Rock Holiday Village in December, in the middle of the worst time to be in Rochester, outside, having fun, spending money, seeing downtown
And no
Rochester.
big acts. Like, there's no big musical act, nothing.
No, it's just people hanging
It's
out.
just schlub. They do have music, but it's just like local schlubs, right?
I don't even know if I saw music. They might have had someone like running like an iPod.
So they had a choir when we were there, but I thought they were set up for like a band.
Okay, that's
like,
possible.
It might have been the schlubs.
Can anybody in this room think of a high-end, expensive idea for downtown that has worked within the last like 40 years?
Well, it's jazz.
Jazz
Fest.
Fest.
Okay.
I mean, that's a monster over 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And you bring in major names.
Do they make money on that?
They must.
No, not necessarily. You can make the argument.
The city pulls in so many people. At least the hotels make money.
No, there's two guys that own it.
Okay.
And they.
Steve Jazz and Rick Fest. Idiot.
No, but so those guys make money.
No. But I'm saying like the city of Rochester subsidizes that,
right?
Or Monroe County, or
they give them a taste.
Okay, so like I'm asking like, do we pay for Jazz Fest as taxpayers, or does that help us as taxpayers? Jazz Fest.
That I don't know.
Somebody should call 10 NBC. Good question.
And they're right there. They would know.
But outside of Jazz Fest, you're right. That has been a massive success. Like I can't.
And that's been around for 20-something years now.
Yeah, and I could be wrong. 252 WCMF. Was there an expensive project that they invested in, and everyone was like, "Wow, this really worked out"?
They have tried every kind of music festival before Jazz Fest, and none of them lasted. Even like the biggest one they had here before that was the festival tent that they put up every year. And then they got rid of that for some reason.
God, that hasn't been around since like the early 90s.
When I first moved here. But that thing would be packed. But they brought in name acts, So, but that went away. I can't think of anything.
Park Ave Fest?
Okay, but that's gone.
Puerto Rican Fest.
Is that expensive?
I don't know.
It's a parking lot of Frontier Field. It's a similar kind of thing. Food trucks and just like local performances, right? Like it doesn't seem
but
like
that's more like I put that more in like Corn Hill and all that stuff.
Okay.
The city does that thing down by Railroad Street there, the public market.
Bands on the Bricks.
Yeah,
but
that's a once a week blues thing.
And again,
I don't think it's a high end thing, but it brings in good crowds.
Again, terrible time, Timmy and
Bums on the bricks.
Give me sick this morning. Timmy helping us out. Look, with the knowledge we have about Rock Holiday Village, with the history that we have in Rochester, with all the money being spent to try and bring people downtown only to watch it fail spectacularly, I think from now on,
what do you do?
Every new idea that somebody has to bring people downtown has to be looked at through the Holiday Village Parcel 5 lens. Does it cost money? Could we do something with an empty space instead? Would people enjoy this more as an empty space?
So keep it simple, strip it down.
And look, you can point to other things that even the city doesn't run. The Jenny Brew House gets thousands of people when they light up kegs like a tree.
Yes.
It seems that people in the greater Rochester area don't need big-name music acts. They don't need giant boats. They don't need a whole stadium dedicated to one sport. We kind of just want a place to hang out.
And get drunk and hang out, yeah.
Right?
And hear some music.
Right? Like, we just want to spend some time with our friends in a place that is easy to get to and relatively inexpensive. And from now on, every time officials in the city of Rochester sit down, the question has to be asked, is this a place where people can just hang out?
All right, yeah. Nice.
Right?
Yes.
I mean, isn't that a good thing?
Yeah. It's cheap.
When the Amerks had their playoff run last spring or summer, or whatever it extended into, they closed down the street right there, and that was wild for the pregame
you were
parties.
Down there. I guarantee your ass was down there jacking around.
Well, I had to work, so I was just passing through.
What work were you doing?
I producing the games
again.
Yeah, true. Hey, you're gonna get me in trouble.
Forgive me if I'm wrong. With this new Rock the Riverway project, Timmy, are they closing that street down full time? Is that going to be a no traffic street for people to hang out in from now on?
Like after the construction?
Yeah,
I don't think so. I think it's going to be closed to construct it, but I think it's going to still be a street.
Oh,
but that Rock the River kind of goes against your grain here because they're dumping millions into like reviving the river, and I don't know what their end plan is.
Well, the end plan is to get people downtown to move around.
Well, then you got to put these festivals and stuff down there to get people. Nobody's just going to walk their dog.
No, but I don't know. Like, and that might be the key to these projects or the things that we're talking about here, like Rock Holiday Village, the Parcel 5 stuff, the Jenny Brew House doing well. There are businesses now that are succeeding because folks are finding them when they come downtown for these other events.
All right.
So maybe the idea is people that would have never thought, I'm going to go spend time in downtown Rochester, go to the Rock Holiday Village. They look around at how different the city is compared to 5, 10, 15 years ago and go, this is a nicer place to be, which may, when the Rock the Riverway, I can't say it.
Rock the River
project is done, maybe that person wants to take a bike ride down the Genesee River. Maybe they want to, come into the city and use those paths to go to different businesses.
Okay. Right.
Maybe they can use those guides that the city of Rochester was talking about.
And your free scooter.
Human Google.
Yeah.
All right, so no more money spent.
All right.
Just a big empty space where I can get drunk with my friends and hang out. We figured it out. Because, like, Tommy, there's enough money to be spent other places.
Like where?
This story is interesting because 20 years ago, people would be losing their minds over it. This is like one of the least liked businesses in America.
Really?
And I don't mean this business specifically. I mean this type of business. But folks got so frustrated, they started walking away from them, using other ways to get their entertainment. And it seems like we're at a point where they can make their prices whatever they want, and the people that are left are just going to pay it.
How sweet is that?
You hang it out at the break, or we'll get to it next in the break room. 96.5 WCMF. 20 years ago, people they would be losing their minds over a story like this.
Yeah.
But like this type of business became so hard to deal with. A lot of folks just washed their hands of them.
All right.
Said they were done. So we're at the point now where it's possible that companies like this can now charge whatever they want because the folks that are left are just going to grin, bear it, and pay it.
So it's a bend-over payment.
It might be.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday, Tommy. You know what that means.
Are we going to get our hate on?
That's right. Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. A man who says one of the fanciest things in our area that brings in high-end folks from across the Northeast American United States is not only not fancy, straight up trash, bro.
It's trash.
Straight up trash.
No good.
We'll read you the letter. It's coming up in a sec here. Hate Mail of the Week on CMF. Also, Kimmy down for the day. Our good buddy on super late notice. Terrible time, Timmy. Filling in, Timmy. Always a pleasure, buddy. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Spectrum, the cable and internet company, is raising prices again.
They are?
Yes. So do you hear how scared you just sounded?
Yeah, because I'm a Spectrum guy.
And you're going to have to justify this to your wife.
And this comes to the fight that I lose every time.
So they're doing it for a bunch of their services, from internet to cable, and all of the increases that they are planning on making, they're little, of like $1 to $3. But add it all up,
it adds up quick.
It could be significant.
All right.
So you got scared, but the fear wasn't I don't want to pay more money. The fear was I don't want to argue with my wife,
and I also don't want to lose any of my channels.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If you were not married, and you would have Spectrum.
Oh, yeah.
And you saw this story. Would you even consider getting rid of it?
Wouldn't even look.
Okay.
I don't care. I've had cable my whole adult life. Since I've left the house, since I left my parents' house at 18, I've always had, unless when I was on the road, I have had cable.
Okay. Timmy, do you have cable?
I got rid of it over the summer.
Oh, wow. So what do you have now?
I'm still, I have like 5 different streaming services, but I got rid of Spectrum back in August.
Okay.
So how do you watch your locals?
Oh, no, the streaming services, some of them have, like YouTube TV, you can watch local. There are some free stations that come on, like, with your TV where you can watch local news.
No.
Can't get Spectrum news.
No. I love it.
That's on Spectrum. I know you love it. It's weird. You just watch.
Spectrum News.
252 WCMF, is anyone going to care about this? Because it feels like Spectrum is in a golden spot right now. The folks that were already pissed off about the price of cable cut the cord years ago.
Right.
And you went and did the YouTube TV or the Fubo or one of those things there. Folks that stuck around for Spectrum cable need it for some reason. Whether for you it's something you're comfortable with, whether it's a channel or a combination of channels that you cannot live without.
Well, I'm guessing it's older people for sure.
Okay, do you think though?
And people that, but yeah, I guess it would mostly be older people.
I don't know, man. I'm surprised the amount of guys, men and women in their 50s, 60s, and 70s that cut the cord and use those streaming cable services. But 252 WCMF, if you want to jump in.
So who's that? It's just me?
Well, no, because I have Spectrum too, and I'm never going to get rid of it. Like, I hope my wife doesn't see this story.
Yeah.
I need it for the Sabres games, and I just like the idea that it's always there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And they have great customer service. When they have a problem, they fix it.
Well, yeah, because they pay those employees a ton based on all the money that you're spending on Spectrum. But, like, here, I'm with you, man. Like, I don't care about the cost. I do, but I'm not going to look.
Right. And I use it. Here's the thing, like, the argument I have with my wife is, this is something we use, especially in the wintertime, when the weather's like this at night. We watch all this stuff.
Sure.
So, it's not like it just sits there.
Look, I'm with you.
You with me?
But you also pay for all the streaming stuff. Like, you pay for Spectrum so your wife and you can watch your Bravo shows. Mm-hmm. But then you also pay for Peacock so you can rewatch your Bravo shows.
Right.
Like, it's pretty redundant.
But they're accessed through the Spectrum app.
Oh,
so when you set those up, you still got to tell them who your provider is.
I love listening to Tommy explain technology.
So
what you do is you click on a thing and a provider goes.
I don't know. I don't know. It's over. I don't want to be aggravated. That's my whole thing.
Okay.
Just let me watch TV.
No, I get it.
I don't have a set of golf clubs. I don't have a jet ski. I don't do stuff. All I would like to do in the evening is have a drink and watch what I want to watch. Is that too much to ask?
No,
at my age?
Look, I'm with you 100%. I'm with you. Timmy can't afford it. He had to bail. Is it less expensive with your streaming services than it was with cable now?
I save close to $200 a month based on the
$200 a month.
Spectrum was over $200. It was almost $250 for the cable and internet that I had, and now I just have a different internet provider and a handful of streaming services. I save over $100, probably closer to.
But do you have to steal things from other people?
I do that. It's borrowing it because I have my own. It's sharing.
Gotcha.
Phrasing.
And you're just going to spend it on weed.
It doesn't matter what I spend my money on.
No, hey, free to be you, brother.
252 WCMF announcement yesterday. Spectrum will be making tiny little increases to a bunch of stuff in their internet and cable services, $1 to $3. But I mean, it's one of these things where if you have a lot of these services, it's going to add up. But Spectrum's in a golden spot. The folks that are already were pissed at them, already bailed years ago. The folks that have it now will never get rid of it, and we're going to keep our cable and just bear it. Is there anything, Tommy, that could make you bail on cable?
I don't know. Because my wife's going to find it. She's going to dig and dig and dig and dig and dig. I don't know. Like the price, maybe? Or I guess it's something went away that I loved.
Okay.
But I use so much of it, I don't know. Like, I even use their music channels.
You're the only guy who still does that.
So in the afternoon when I get up from my nap, right, I put on some jazz.
Yeah.
Which drives my wife crazy.
Okay.
But I have it on the background around the house on the TV. It's just easy. I just pop on that channel and it's in.
Do you have Pandora?
Yep.
You have Spotify?
That's for my phone in the car.
No, but you can just have you can buy like a $20 Bluetooth speaker.
You can throw it right from your TV from your phone.
No, I mean, I have Pandora on the TV.
So why not use that then?
It's just so much easier to hit. It's just easier to access.
You're the only person in America.
He's paying $1 billion for Spectrum. Why wouldn't you just use the free one when you're paying for something else?
So I have the TV one, I have Pandora, and I have Sonos that I pay for. So I pay for 3 technically music channels.
But why?
I don't know. Because when I got the Sonos speakers, I got the Sonos channel. What, is that too much?
Yeah, I would think you're paying for 3 of the same thing, man.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
But in different spots in the house.
But you could connect all of them.
I know, but that's a lot of work.
It's not really, though. Like your stepson or stepdaughter can come over and like make it work in a jiffy.
They don't have all this stuff.
No, but bro, it's not complicated things. I was with you until a second ago. Here's the key.
What?
The second that one of these streaming cable services, the YouTube TVs, the Fubo, Timmy, what's another one that people are using? Sling. The second that one of these has all of the channels that everybody wants, because like YouTube TV is almost there, but they don't have MSG. So I got to watch the Sabres and I can't have it there. YouTube TV is almost there, but they don't have a couple of things that I want to watch sports on. I can't get it there. The second one of these places
has it all.
Manages to have it all. That's when I'm going.
Bro, so let me ask you this. You have YouTube TV right now, and the Bills are playing on Channel 8 on Sunday.
Yeah.
I can watch that game on YouTube TV on Channel 8.
Yes.
There's no licensing crap that goes on.
As far as I know,
no
right?
blackout, no anything. It's all right there, and all you got to do is press the button.
Yeah. Maybe that would be it for me. But you also have to have the smart TV to have all that stuff loaded on.
Who doesn't have a smart TV anymore?
Well, I had a smart TV that wasn't so smart.
Well, yeah,
so I had to go. No, but it was an older smart TV.
Started hanging out with you. It became a dumb TV.
No, I had to buy the Roku.
Okay.
And that was a whack.
It's like $20.
No, you had to buy the whole package so you get everything.
Okay, you got ripped off, bro. Those Rokus are $20. You seriously pay more than $20 for that thing? Yeah. You don't.
No, for the service.
Service? What service?
To get all the channels.
I think you got ripped off.
No, I get to watch a lot of cricket now.
Here's the problem, though. The second that YouTube TV or Fubo or Sling or all that stuff does have all of the channels you need, they're going to start to slowly increase their prices.
Of course they are, because they got you.
Exactly, until you're now paying the same for one of those things until Spectrum. So it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. And we're already seeing that with the prices of all the streaming services just for other stuff.
Right.
You know what I mean? Not the live television, but everything's between $12 and $25 a month now. You may, after having cut the cord, be paying just as much for that as you did
10 years from now, you're going to be right back where you started.
Yeah, if cable survives.
One thing I do miss about having Spectrum is the instant of it. Now with the streaming, you're a minute and a half behind, so you got to stay off Twitter.
Yeah.
Or if you're watching a live sporting event and it's already happened, sucks.
My brother has YouTube TV, and like when we're watching Bills games, I have to consciously wait 60 seconds to text him about what just happened.
And every once in a while, it does that buffering thing at the most
that.
inconvenient times.
It's not good.
Yeah.
All right, so if you have Spectrum, There's the bad news of the day.
Right.
If you don't have Spectrum, and eventually this all catches up, you'll be paying more anyway. Right. So there's your bad news of the day. All right, it's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. You know what that means.
We got to get our hate on.
That's right. Just because Kimmy is not here does not mean we don't plug forward.
The hate rolls on.
That's right. We were talking about a place that decided to change its name. And we'll tell you what that place was. They said the name change was to reflect more of their location, which is interesting because the name of where they are the location was already in the name. We theorized that this was to make the place sound more fancy.
Right.
Because this is viewed as a fancy region.
Yeah.
One man disagrees. In fact, he not only says it's not fancy, he's arguing that this place is complete trash.
He's not exactly wrong. Right? Because we say it ourselves sometimes about certain towns.
Hate Mail of the Week. We'll read you the letter next here in the break room on CMF. We got some fancy places in our area.
Oh, yeah, high end.
And we're not just talking Pittsburgh.
No.
The Finger Lakes region has blown up with multiple year-round resort towns that million and billionaires use as their playgrounds, buddy.
Yeah, a lot of downstate money came up.
That's right. But when you live where the rich play, sometimes it's hard to see what all the hubbub is about.
Yeah.
And one man seems to be a little bit bothered by it.
Oh.
It's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Kimmy is down for the count today.
Yeah, poor thing.
Stomach bug has put her out. Luckily, we have the best utility infielder in the game.
Man with no stomach.
That's right. Man with no life, so he can be here. Yeah. 7 p.m. last night. Shot Timmy the text. He's good to go. He's in this morning, buddy. We really appreciate it.
Happy to be here.
You're the man.
Yeah, awesome. So this letter that we're going to read you in a second, reference from a story we did a few weeks ago, and what used to be the Waterloo Premium Outlets, the outlet mall, they changed their name. They are now known as the Finger Lakes Premium Outlets. And the company that owns the mall said it was done to better identify where they are.
Yeah.
Which is funny because they're in Waterloo.
They dissolved their town.
Yeah, well, the village town. We theorized, Tommy, in this discussion that they didn't change the name to be better identifiable with where they are.
Okay.
It was to sound more high-end.
Yeah, upper class.
Yeah. Because the Finger Lakes are now a high-end destination for people.
The lakes, the wine, the
you got
breweries.
It. And you're bringing people in from all over the northeastern United States, right? You got Canandaigua, full of billionaire homes and resorts. Skinny Atlas, same thing. Some of the most famous people on the planet have owned homes on that lake. Yeah. And those are just the two headliners. There are little towns with mansions to both buy and spend the night in all around
Castles, Pat. There's castles.
Castles. Concert venues, high-end places to eat and drink, and stores where you could blow a mortgage payment in a matter of 15 minutes. But despite all those things, one man doesn't see it the way we saw it. When he hears the term Finger Lakes, he doesn't hear fancy. He hears something else.
Okay.
Actual physical letters sent through us through the mail telling us we suck, wanting us fired, saying why everything's trash. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
Who decided the Finger Lakes are fancy now? Because a couple of rich people own a few houses? I've lived here my whole life, and when I hear Finger Lakes, I hear white trash. I don't hear money. 90% of the Finger Lakes are poor people in places you wouldn't want to go. Drive down 5 and 20. Look at all the trailer parks every 15 miles. See all the junkyards and the abandoned businesses. Does that look like a place that is overflowing with money? Route 318 to Route 5 takes you from the thruway through Skinny Atlas, which you've mentioned on your show. When you're not driving the 5 minutes through the rich part of Skinny Atlas, everything else is a dump. A dying mall, Auburn, New York, they're places you wouldn't live if they paid you. Everyone got brainwashed when we just decided this is fancy, and no one has taken the time to look for themselves. Open your eyes and see that the nice places are small blips on a map surrounded by complete garbage. Sincerely, Jack.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Does Jack have a point here?
Jack's got a semi-point. Because we do talk about some of these towns where the have and the have-nots commingle.
Okay.
Where you got people that are working class and some people, there's people probably on assistance.
Yeah.
And you got billionaires and millionaires. And the summertime really exposes that.
Sure.
So he's not exactly wrong. It's not like it's a millionaire Rolls-Royce Palm Beach or Hollywood.
Okay, no, but even in Palm Beach and Hollywood, those people have to live there to service the folks with money.
True, but they don't live in those areas. They live out of those areas.
But he's describing places out of those areas, right?
Yeah.
Like he talks about Route 318 and 5. I've taken that road a ton. There's a girls hockey team in Skinny Atlas that my daughter plays 3-4 times a year.
Yeah.
Right? He's right. Like there are some stretches of that route there where it's like, ooh.
You're in the country.
Yeah. Well,
so anytime I go to, my wife loves to go to Mackenzie Child, the big sale they do once a year.
Ooh, Timmy, where were you?
He was drinking his Coca-Cola.
Mouth was full.
Yeah, bet it was. Thank you.
So when you make the turn to go to the into that place, and you're out a little bit, there's a guy that just sells used lawnmowers. And it is like a field of rusted out mowers, man. But like to the guy's point, you think like high-end ladies shopping for fancy stuff, you're also going to have to see country living.
Okay, but here's the problem.
And you're never going to get rid of that country living.
You shouldn't want to get rid of the country living. Those are people just trying to live.
They are.
No, but the way you sounded, the way you said it, you made it like, I don't want to see people living their lives.
No, absolutely. But if you see a house that has 7 different modes of transportation that haven't been used in 20 years in the front yard, and you're not used to that, you ain't used to seeing country living.
Okay, listen. The problem here is the Finger Lakes region encompasses a large area.
Yeah, it does.
It's from where we live all the way to right before Syracuse.
But it's farm country.
And I guess there are some places you wouldn't want to be. But the places that have money, Tommy, they attract a ton of high-end people. Look at what has happened at Canandaigua in the last 25 years.
Oh, it's blown up.
Those homes on the lake are incomprehensibly expensive.
But even the town has benefited from all that wealth coming down.
100%. Yes, you're right. I mean, look, you have 2 high-end resorts right on the water.
Yeah.
One has been voted one of the best in the world. We had that article 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And the food scene, fancy food scene in Canandaigua is now off the charts.
Right.
And you can make the same argument for Skinny Atlas. And what Jack in this letter is forgetting, some other towns have taken advantage of this fancy Finger Lakes movement that weren't looked at as fancy towns before.
But the regular folk get left behind.
Okay. So let's talk about that. And this is the perfect way to do it.
Listen, man, if you got to remove your transmission to take a bath, the money hasn't come your way.
I love how you almost finished it with, you might be someone who lives in Finger Lakes. Look, okay, let's use Geneva because this is the perfect example of that.
Yeah.
The city of Geneva is a place that can get rough in some parts.
It's got a ghetto.
It also has 2 super high-end resorts in Belhurst Castle and Geneva on the Lake. There are wineries every 15 feet. And what's the name of that college that's just
Hobart,
outside of town? Is it Hobart William Smith?
Yeah.
Okay. Ithaca?
It's got everything.
Yes. So you're right. Like you drive through some parts of Geneva and you go, oh man. And then you drive through other parts of Geneva and it's a rich person's playground.
Right.
But can you make the argument, and I know it goes against everything I've ever said into a microphone here,
What's that?
that high-end stuff, the college, the resorts, the wineries, benefits the people of that town with opportunity?
But it takes time. It's not going to happen overnight, to your point. But the only way you're going to make these places better if that money comes in.
Okay.
No money coming in, what are you going to do? You need that money coming in, whether you like these high-end douches or not, to help everything out.
But there is money coming in.
But it ain't gonna make everybody nice.
No, okay, but again, you're doing it. You talk with your Pittsford mouth and not even realize it. What do you mean everybody nice? What do you mean nice?
Well, what you want to achieve in life?
Oh, that's not what you meant. That's not what you meant, you pandering ass, scared
No,
ass
but I mean,
bitch.
wouldn't you like maybe a 4th or 5th vehicle in your yard?
You want something you don't have to look at that makes you uncomfortable.
Well, you want to get rid of the eyesores.
What's an eyesore?
You know what an eyesore is?
No, I'm asking. I'm asking you what the eyesore would be. You driving to Geneva or Skinny Atlas or Ithaca or Canandaigua.
If you have 7 satellite dishes and there isn't a gigantic 10 on your house, you might be a redneck.
Okay. Look, man, you talk about towns like Ithaca, Watkins Glen, Aurora, Hammondsport, all of these towns that were once just little blips on a map that were what you're describing have now become secret little spots for millionaires.
Sure.
Right?
And it's going to keep growing because that place is so unique. It's got no competition in this area.
Agreed.
And there's money right down the way, so it's coming.
Yes, and they're all doing very well, at least according to the folks that own the businesses out there. And here's the thing that really bothers me about this letter from Jack. Again, Hate Mail of the Week. We were talking last week about how Waterloo Premium Outlets changed their name to Finger Lakes Outlets, and we said that's because they wanted to sound more fancy, attract higher-end people. Jack writes us a letter, says the Finger Lakes are not fancy. In fact, they're a bunch of trash. He specifically talks about routes 5 and 20 and 318 into 5 going off at 90 towards Skinny Atlas, so if you can hear us and live in those areas, according to Jack, you trash. There are always going to be rough spots in nice places.
Absolutely.
New York City, Toronto, Los Angeles, Atlanta.
Yeah.
The most popular cities in America, there are places you wouldn't want to go or stay.
Right.
And they can be blocks from folks that own $100 million homes and condos.
Right.
Does that keep them from being high end?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But it doesn't help the. I guess what Jack wants to see is some of that money coming to people that need it.
I don't think so, because he called them trash.
I think it was the opposite. I think it's like promoting gentrification almost.
Ooh, look at you with your
Big
fancy
word.
Bonaventure words.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. It's not that he wants the money to go to these people. It sounded to me in
wants
that
to push
letter.
these people out.
Yes, he wants these people
But
gone.
they're already in the country. Where are they going?
Well, I mean, they were here first, by the way.
Right.
Right? Like, this.
How does that work out for people in this country? We were here first. Yeah, we know.
It's a good point, especially in this area, too, this specific area.
Yeah, you were here first. They'll never take that away from you.
Not a great track record. But look,
I to your point, when I travel, I want to see it all. So I don't mind lawnmower guy.
Okay.
I don't mind country living because it's just all part of the landscape.
Sure.
It's kind of what I expect when I go out in the country.
I feel like there's two kinds of you.
Yeah.
There's road trip Tommy, where you don't have anything fancy going on, where you find all that stuff very interesting, looking around. And then there's this mode you get in,
Right.
where you put on your fancy pants with your sparkles on them and your buckle shoes that you shined all up.
Yeah, buddy.
And when you have in your head that you're going to do something high-end, expensive, and fancy, you don't want to see any of that stuff while you're going.
Well, who does?
Is that a fair statement?
Sure.
Why does that change what you're going to do that
I don't
night?
know.
It's the stupidest thing.
It all depends on what shoes I got on.
The other weird thing about these small Finger Lakes towns is it can also be hard to tell which places are expensive and which places are not because everything is old.
Yeah, true.
Like in Canandaigua, you can drive by a house that's big and nice and it's just a house. And then the one next door looks the same. It's a mansion that charges $500 a night for a room because it's quaint and cool.
Right. True.
There's a restaurant in Skinny Atlas that I know because my wife, we went one time. It's called the Krebs. You familiar with this place?
No.
It's like really high end.
Okay.
Like they had escargot, bro.
Wow.
It just
Fresh snails.
It just looks like a house in the middle of a neighborhood.
Oh, really?
You would know.
Right. But you go in there and it's like amazing.
Yeah. And expensive.
Yeah.
Unbelievably expensive. But I'm saying, like, there have been a couple of times in some of these towns, because my wife loves just like going and walking around these places, which again is
Every
stupid.
woman does.
God, it's the worst. But like you walk into a restaurant and you don't know if it's a $5 burrito place or a $300 couple dinner. And like it's not fun not knowing until you know what I mean?
Inside the door. Yeah.
I'm already here. Oh. I think the problem with Jack here is when you live where people vacation, you see the faults that people who vacation don't. You have to drive down 5 and 20 to get places.
Right.
You could personally know some of the folks who work at those resorts and restaurants. You could know where they live. It's hard to wrap around that being fancy when you are not allowed to take advantage of the fancy because you're priced out of it.
Right.
But like the folks that come into Canandaigua from out of state or downstate, they don't know where your buddy Phil lives.
No.
Right? They don't know that your buddy Phil is a drunk who's just putting on a face while he's bartending with a bow tie and a white shirt on. Like to them, they're getting a fancy experience.
That's true.
So just because you're not getting super fancy doesn't mean it's not super fancy.
But everybody since the beginning of this country wants to be wealthy.
Okay.
Right?
Fair.
And if you're not, you hate wealthy people.
So does that mean Jack's wealthy?
Jack wants to be wealthy.
Okay.
And he thinks he's close.
But he's not crapping on the wealthy people.
No.
He's crapping on the poor people.
Right. But it goes back and forth, right?
Okay.
I mean,
All right, yeah.
You know, the rich look down on the poor can't stand the rich.
Yeah. And then, then we have French Revolution kind of thing.
Yeah, there you go. And it all worked out nice.
Buckle up, everybody.
Oh, well, they're getting the Olympics.
So we are down one member of the break room. We've been telling you all morning, and it's because she's got a stomach bug. Let's hope to God she doesn't have the flu.
Yeah.
Because that's the last thing I need.
Going
right
around.
Huh? And I mean, like you're at the age where it can kill you.
Yes,
but,
it can.
There are folks who are going to get the flu on purpose.
Who they making out with?
In fact, they're going to be paid to attempt to get the flu on purpose. And this is a very interesting...
Going to go outside and lick poles?
What, your mom's going to be there? What's interesting about this story
What's that?
is this sounds like every married man's fantasy, especially if you have kids.
Really?
Because you're going to be paid to do this for an extended period of time in a place that you wouldn't normally go.
All right.
The only downside is it could make you feel the worst you've been in a very long time. And we'll tell you everything about it.
Right.
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This is free money.
Take it.
It's actually better than free money. You get money and a place to live and food covered for 2 weeks.
Nice.
There's just one catch.
Oh, there always is, but probably not that bad.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, Tommy in his chair as usual. I'm sitting where I sit every day. But we are down one member of the break room.
Oh, boy.
Kimmy, stomach bug this morning.
The Iron Lady.
Not anymore, she's not. Her Cal Ripken-esque streak has come to an end.
Wow.
She is now a wuss. Which means, because we have the best utility infielder in the game, Terrible Time Timmy, 7 o'clock last night, answers the call. He's in this morning. We appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah,
Here we are.
And we're trying to figure out, too, because, like, Kimmy went radio silent. So we don't know, like, we haven't heard from Kimmy. We don't know if she's going to be back tomorrow or Friday or whatever. So thanks, Kimmy.
Yeah.
Let us know. And actually, this is the perfect discussion for a day like today.
Okay.
Because it is sick season, right? COVID, RSV, flu.
Oh, it's all out there.
So what's interesting... when it comes to the flu, did you know that for as long as the flu has been around, there are still lots we don't know about the flu?
Yeah.
For example, how the flu transmits itself from person to person. See, doctors think they have a good idea, but they've never actually observed it.
Watch it jump into the other guy.
You got it. And they want to change that.
All right.
So the University of Maryland is looking for volunteers for a study. They're going to have people who had just gotten sick with the flu. And they're going to put them in a hotel with healthy volunteers that will, if their theories are correct, get the flu from these sick people.
So they'll have to commingle.
You got it. So the healthy volunteers will be put in several social situations with the flu-ridden folks. One example they give is like playing cards with them for a few hours. They will spend up to 2 weeks living in this hotel with all kinds of special devices in their hotel rooms to measure the amount of virus that they end up picking up hanging out with these sick people. And for your trouble,
the flu dome.
Potentially getting the flu and being away from your life for 2 weeks, you will get $1,900.
That's big bank, man.
Where do I sign up?
Okay, put a pin in that.
That's a G a week.
Yeah, seriously.
And you get fed.
That's an average American salary. Yeah, you would assume the accommodations are free as well as the food.
I think it all is.
Hotel cable.
Yeah.
Do you think
Booze.
you think you get hotel porn?
Yeah.
Does anyone still buy hotel porn?
No, but it has to be reflective of how people live. So they have to have hotel porn. You have to have alcohol. You have to be social, right? I mean, it has to be a legitimate experiment.
No, you're just making up this experiment. It doesn't have to be any of those things.
Well, how would else it have to be a legit how people live?
How would it have to be a legit how people live? Is what he asked the doctors running this study.
Because, like, let's say I watch porn, right?
Yeah.
And that runs my metabolism down. Because I'm spent.
I don't think
Then I go to the bar.
I don't think that's how that
And then I go back and watch more porn. And then back and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth. And that's how you get the flu.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. $1,900 in 2 weeks of your life in a hotel to potentially get the flu. Is the trade-off worth it? Would either of you two do it?
So I've had a lot. I'm trying to think of the last time I had the legit flu over having a cold.
Okay.
And I know, like, the flu really knocks your ass out.
Yeah, it does.
Like, you're just drained. You've got a fever. You got body aches and chills. So that's what you got to think about, not just the sniffles and a little sore throat.
Okay.
Right?
But you're a man that has a house that's paid for by your wife.
Yeah.
Right? You have all of the comforts of the fanciest of boots. Timmy, on the other hand, is a human dumpster fire.
Yeah, but he is what we were.
Yeah, 100%. And what we still would be if it weren't for the women we married.
Yeah.
Timmy, would you do this?
100%.
Not even think about it.
Not even think about it. There was, I think I've told the story before, but back in college, I have best friends from here, friends back there, girlfriend there. All of them had mono. Not me, which means I gave them mono.
I don't get mono, I give
right.
mono.
And I know that I told this story because now that I am bringing it up again, Kano came in here, it was right before COVID started. Kano came in here and was like, get the hell away from this microphone.
Okay, look, having to admit as a woman you dated Terrible Time Timmy is bad enough. But if you got mono...
You picked up something from Timmy?
From making out with Terrible Time Timmy.
All right.
Like, isn't making out with Terrible Time Timmy punishment enough? Do you have to give the woman mono? All right, so you're in 100%. You're not even giving it a second thought.
Correct.
Tommy, you're not doing this.
And when I was on the road and I had no money.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, no, obviously, if you're in between a rock and a hard place, you're doing it.
I have a job and I have benefits, so no.
So right now you're not. Bro, it's $1,900.
I know. But I also... The flu at my age could kill me. Right?
Yeah, I guess. No, well, you're not old enough to die from the flu, are you? Are you?
Yeah, I'm 64.
What's the death?
If you adjust that temperature, you could kill me.
Oh, wait, hold on. Give me 1 second.
And you have underlying health conditions, correct?
Well, I mean, I don't know.
You have some like mystery crap.
Yeah, we don't know what's going on with me.
So
I might have the flu.
You couldn't do it though, because they don't know what's wrong with you.
Well, yeah, but maybe that's what they
Besides
want.
no talent. No, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it is dangerous for certain people. People do die every year from the flu.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
So I'm guessing I wonder if I even qualify because of my age.
I love you, man. Yesterday, all the time, get that green, put it in the till. It's a free $1,900 to literally sit around and do nothing for 2 weeks. Oh, I don't want to die of the flu. Oh, everybody is telling me that I always want to get all the money I can all the time, and I tell people to do it, but I have a chance of $1,900 to potentially die, and I won't do it because I'm a scared-ass food. I'm scared of the little bitch.
I will say this. If I was fat, if I was a fat boy, because I was a former, like yourself, fat boy.
Sure.
To sit in bed and eat burgers and fries.
Thank you.
Sit in bed, upright, and eat.
Free cable.
Is paradise.
Free cable, all the streaming.
I hope it's one of them places that has a robe.
Well, why do you need a robe? You're alone. You sit there naked.
For some reason, I like a robe. I feel like the man.
Like you're like eating a roast beef sandwich with gravy on it. You spill it on your chest hair. Nobody's there. You just get it with your finger, lick it off.
Right.
All sexy. Sorry, ladies. I know.
I'm not a robe guy, but for this experiment, I would definitely be a robe guy. I'd walk around this hotel, disease-infested hotel, transmitting but not possessing the flu. Sign me up. Give me all of this.
Again, like it's bad enough you could be exposed to the flu. You also may be exposed to terrible time, Timmy, in a robe.
You know what else would happen?
What's that?
If you're a single guy and there's some single chicks there, bro.
Can you have
could hook up?
Well, I don't know what the rules are because then it might alter what the readings in your room because you would have another person in there.
No, but they want real life.
Again, you just
exposure.
keep making stuff up for this scientific experiment.
You don't think they want you to have sex to see if that happens?
Okay.
If that also contributes
Flu,
to the
baby.
Flu, baby. Again.
Oh, it's gonna be flu and it's gonna be flying. The flying flu.
What are you talking about?
No,
Again,
I would say you could hook up.
The University of Maryland is offering $1,900 for people to check into a hotel, live there for 2 weeks with people that already have the flu. They want to see if they can figure out how the flu is actually transmitted. It's strange. Doctors believe they know how it's transmitted, but they've never actually observed it.
Yeah.
So you check into this hotel room for up to 2 weeks. You are exposed to people with the flu. Yeah, you got it. In your room, there are special pieces of equipment that measure how much flu is in the room, all this stuff, which would prevent you from having sex with somebody in there because it would alter the readings of the stuff in your room.
No, because you sign these agreements and what's to say? I mean, I can't go to the bar and meet somebody and do something?
No.
Why?
Well, I'm going to have sex with her in the bar?
What if I do? Am I kicked off the flu island?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
I would think they would encourage all type of natural behavior in a bar. Overpaying for drinks.
For the 2 weeks of being
overeating.
For the 2 weeks of being away and possibly getting the flu, you will be paid $1,900. I'll be honest with you. So you're out. Timmy, you're in.
Yes.
I would do this for free.
Why?
And every married man listening to this show with kids would do this for free.
That makes sense.
This sounds like a paradise. Because, look, I already live with a disease experiment in my house.
Yeah, with the kids and everything.
Bro, my kids, everyone's kids bring everything home all the time. And I have to pay for them.
Yeah.
Like, if they came into this room right now and said, we will do this, and would you like to do this? I wouldn't even call my wife. I would call her when I'm checked into the hotel. Honey, I'm sorry. I can't go anywhere. I've been quarantined.
You're just doing it for the peace and quiet.
Yes, that's all I want. Like, bro, the ability to sleep whenever I want. No noise. I get the TV and get to watch whatever I want for 2 whole weeks.
Ooh, yeah.
I get to eat whatever I want for 2 whole weeks. Nobody yelling at me. I don't like this. You made this the other night. Keep your money. Tell you what, I'll give you $100. You let me do this.
All right, so it's more of a dad thing.
Yes. Tell me a dad that would not risk the flu for 2 weeks of peace and quiet.
Because this experiment would be wasted on women.
How so?
They wouldn't enjoy it the way a man would.
You don't think so?
Because men really like to turn into road slobs. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they just don't want to do a damn thing. Like, I could see my wife, making the bed and talking about clothes and shopping online. I could see her not appreciating the experiment as a man would.
You bring up a good point, which we'll get to back in a sec. But hold on, no, I would argue that women with kids would want to do this more than men with kids because they're the ones that are still looked at as the primary child bearers.
I don't think they would enjoy the peace and quiet.
A mom?
Because they're always worried about. How many times have you gone out with your wife and she's worried about the kids?
Yeah.
You never hear a guy go, man, I'll have them kids.
No, I do.
You do. But
Shut up, you bitch.
You do, but not like a mom does.
252 WCMF. Let's, folks, we're waiting patiently. Let's talk to Rammer. Hey, Rammer, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Good.
So I think with the women, it would be a question of how much free wine is included. But I read that it's a controlled group, so you can't go outside the group to socialize. However, they do promote group socialization. So
Banging.
I'm just saying, group sex. I mean, why not? It's
Not
part
group
of
sex.
Look what you did. You did this. You started with, here goes Rammer. Let's have a flu orgy. A florgy.
Which brings me to my point of my original call was, didn't Tommy pay to get STDs? I mean, this is like the reverse of that. No?
That's a good point. You didn't even get a free hotel room, and you ended up with gonorrhea.
Yeah, true.
And no wine either. All he got was penicillin.
Rammer, would you do it?
I don't think. I think people that might need the money would. I'm just not in that place. You know, I don't like being sick.
So you're a rich boy.
Ooh. Well, he's got that $4,000 door.
Damn.
No, I sold that to Tommy last week. He doesn't want anybody to know. But no, I guess I just don't like being sick. And again, I'm old like Tommy. I mean, what is the risk? Is it worth it? No, probably not.
All right, well, Rammer, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I love folks. I don't need the money. Everybody needs $1,900.
True.
Right? Like, nobody's going to be, hey, would you like $1,900? Nah, not for me.
Yeah.
$1,900, not for me. It will be the easiest money you ever earn.
Yes, that is true.
And by the way, you'll have medical professionals there. So let's say things do go south. I mean,
yeah, that's a good point. So they would take care of you.
I would assume so, unless they're like, part of the experiment, got to let you die.
I think I'm going to find out where this place is and just wait. I'll be on the wait list for the flu room.
You might actually be able to sign up for this, Timmy. Yeah, like it's University of Maryland. You got to get to Maryland, but
I'll figure it out.
Uber. Right. Like, why don't you Google and see if you can legitimately find an application? All right, go for it. While he's doing that, 252 WCMF. There is one thing that could give you pause.
What's that?
Okay. You would assume that because this is the University of Maryland, that most of the kids that are going to take up this idea, they're college kids, right? Mm-hmm. And when you're young and healthy, the flu doesn't put you down.
No.
I mean, it messes you up, but it's an inconvenience. There is a time in every adult's life where you get adult sick for the first time. And it's the same illness that just made you feel crummy at 19, but it puts you on your ass, right? Like 34,
you're flat.
39, 45. Mm-hmm. And you start to look at getting sick differently, to the point Rammer kind of just made. Right? But even knowing now, a few years away from my 40s, that I would be destroyed for a couple of days, I still think the peace and quiet would be worth being on my ass for a little while.
Okay. You'll take that. Well,
because you just get to sleep all day anyway.
Right.
Right?
But you're not comfortable. But you are miserable when you're sick. That's the only problem. Like when you're sick, you get the fever. You can't enjoy anything.
I wonder if they let you take medicine.
Well, no, that would screw it up, right? They want to see how it happens.
Well, they just want to measure how it transmits, not like how sick you're going to.
Wouldn't the medicine screw with that?
Well, the medicine might. I don't know about the Melisson. Well, why did you say words?
This is why nobody wants you in their experiments.
You broadcast words for a living.
Cup.
Hey, I'm going to the pharmacy to get some Melisson because I got a bad coup-de-cas in my heady woo. Tim, did you find it?
I did, but the only I'm sure I could email the same thing, but they're looking for sick people to volunteer themselves as...
Okay.
So you got to have them. But they also need regular people to catch them.
Maybe when this went public, everybody jumped in and signed up for that spot.
Right.
We do have Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF and the Break Room Facebook page. A lot of ladies Facebooking today.
What are they saying?
Rachel writes us, people should do this just for the better of mankind, not the money. I would do it for free, so maybe my grandma or my mom or eventually I live longer and they can keep people from dying for things like this.
What a self-righteous douche. I would have saved the world. I would take the money. I would have saved Granny.
She's not wrong. I mean, the reason they're doing this experiment is to try and understand this
people
better.
Have to stop their lives and get sick.
Trillions of dollars off the medication.
Thank you.
Pay me to save the world, please.
Rachel the chump.
These doctors aren't making the money off the medication.
Yet.
You can't tell me these doctors don't get a little taste. A little taste.
Well, no, they don't. It's illegal. I'm married to a doctor.
No, I'm not saying that, but if you're...
No, that's exactly what you're saying.
Is that a new shirt?
Yeah, what?
Oh,
can you see that it says Pfizer on it? No, you don't get paid.
Is that a Pfizer pen you got in your hand?
No, but like Rachel makes a good point. The whole reason this experiment is existing is to understand how the flu transmits better, and ideally down the road using that information to treat it in people that are going to be more vulnerable. Like,
but if you had to isolate like that, you have to pay people.
I don't know, man. I'm not kidding when I say I would do it for free. I'm not kidding.
Well, you're not doing it to save Granny or the planet. You just went quiet.
Well, but I'm not. I hadn't thought about that until Rachel brought it up. Now I want to do it for virtuous reasons.
All right, save Granny.
So it says in the story here that the idea is if they can figure out how the flu transmits in like a big room, they theorize like maybe we can invent like an air purifier that would be able to swipe the flu out of the room at the time.
Like filter it out.
Yeah, because that was the idea with COVID early on. They were trying to come up with something that people could have COVID, be in a room, and they could just pick it out of the air. I mean, you invent something like that, that's a game changer.
You're a billionaire.
Straight up.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about the sex and everything. Can I ask a stupid adult question?
Sure.
So you're going to have all that equipment in your room to measure your flu and like the air quality and all this stuff. Does that mean they'll be able to tell if you JO in your room?
Oh, sure. We see your heart rate.
Well, no, it's not. No, I'm talking about like what's in the air. I don't think you're going to be plugged into a heart monitor. Again, where do you make this stuff up in your
head? No, they'll monitor everything, maybe.
No, they just want to, what do you...
So what do you think? If they JO, they would know it based on what?
Well, because it would get in the air, right? Like you're going to batch, like a little batch particles.
Yeah, but that much is getting in the air?
Well, no, I mean, like if it's measuring particles of the flu,
all right,
those are itty-bitty.
All right.
I would think that some of that stuff would get in the air and they would be able to tell through the machine that you just played with yourself.
All right.
Flu goo.
Boo. If you knew that every time you touched yourself, the scientists they would know immediately, would that stop you?
No. Because don't forget, I had to do it at the hospital.
Okay, but you were doing that that was a scientific thing that involved your batch.
But you had to walk past the people that were going to measure your load. So I still did it. So I think just because they know it, no, I'm doing it.
Timmy, would you have a hard time doing it if you knew the scientists knew immediately what you were doing?
I think
all of a sudden, like the machines in the other room, like, like peeking.
I think I would think about it, but I don't know if it would stop me.
Yeah, once you get railed up and it's in your head, you're not going to stop.
No, but if you knew, like that would be a boner killer immediately. Like someone on the other side of the room, like reading instruments, would be like, "Oh, he's touching himself again."
Right, that might stop me from being able to do so. But once it's already going, it's going.
But I'd like to think I could perv through that.
Okay, but like again, we're talking about men in hotel rooms, right? So like, it's probably going to be happening a lot.
Oh, sure,
right?
That's how guys are
over 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't you be worried? Like people would be like, I cannot believe how much this man has been.
But what else am I doing?
They're like showing other doctors, like, could you look at these charts, man? It's just he clogged up the machine.
The pervometer.
There's flu goo all in the filter of this machine that we're trying to measure the flu with. All right, so if you are interested, I mean, Timmy just looked it up. Maybe if you have the flu, you can go down to Maryland and make some money. How about that? The NFL playoffs kick off on Saturday. The Bills game happens on Sunday, and once again, second year in a row, the NFL is doing a playoff game on Martin Luther King observed holiday.
Yeah,
right.
So is it a Monday night game?
Monday night. I hate this, Timmy. I hate the Monday night playoff.
Likewise.
Why?
Because you got to be up for work the next day. I want to watch the whole thing. Like I want to take in all the playoff football that I can this weekend. But for the first time in NFL history,
what are they doing?
This has happened. These three teams have made the playoffs at the same time. And it's not until you hear what we're about to tell you that you realize how bad throughout the history of their franchises these three teams have been for like a remarkably long period of time. We'll tell you next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. Look, I know there are jokes about all three of these teams and how inept they are, the Bills being included, and how they might be cursed and you shouldn't worry about them because at the end of the day, all of them are bad and they'll be bad forever. But you do not understand the ineptitude of these three franchises until you hear what we're about to tell you.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Kimmy is down for the count with a stomach bug this morning for the first time ever.
Yeah.
Poor thing, like you care. Shut
I
up.
care.
Do you?
I had stuff that I had to ask Timmy to do.
That was the first thing. So, terrible time, Timmy, filling in for Kimmy this morning last minute. We really appreciate it. Tommy comes in, and she did not call Tommy and tell him that she wasn't. She just called me. So Tommy comes in. I go, Kimmy's not here today. He's like, what?
I had stuff.
Before he asks what's wrong, he goes, well, I got to record these. Can Timmy do it for me?
I don't know how to do it.
You didn't even ask what was wrong with her.
She'll be fine. She's a kid. A kid's bounced back from anything.
Let's hope so.
Let's hope so.
I don't know. If Timmy, the more days Timmy is here, depending on how sick Kimmy is, the more nervous you got to start to get.
Yes, of course.
All right, so Timmy, thanks a ton, buddy.
My pleasure.
And it's actually perfect having Timmy here because Timmy is a Cleveland Browns fan.
Yeah.
And the Browns have made the playoffs. They are the 5-seed top wild card. Heck of a season for you guys so far.
Proud of them. It's going to be a hell of a playoff game.
142-year-old Joe Flacco.
Yes.
Tearing things up. And the Browns are included with the Buffalo Bills and one other team in the most remarkable statistic you will hear all week.
What's that?
For the first time in NFL history, all three Lake Erie teams, the Bills, the Lions, and the Browns, made the playoffs in the same season.
Look at that.
Stop for a second.
I know.
And think about that.
Especially the Lions.
The Lions are not good.
When's the last time the Lions were in the playoffs?
4 or 5 years.
No,
they haven't won
it's
been 4 or 5 years since they made it, but they haven't won a game in 30.
We're old. It was like 8 years ago.
So we
are old.
Would that have been Barry Sanders?
No, Matthew Stafford made the playoffs. They lost a game. The last time they won the division, and it wasn't even the NFC North. It was the NFC Central at the time. Barry Sanders was on that team.
So that was like the Silverdome days.
Yeah, 93, I want to say.
Oh, my God.
Yep. Okay. But listen to this. Because there's jokes about the Browns, the Bills, and Lions all the time. Complete ineptitude. The NFL merged in, 1970?
Correct.
Okay. That means it took 53 years for the Bills, Browns, and Lions to all make the playoffs at the same time. And they're not even in the same division. One of them not even in the same conference. Like, if it's like the Bills and Jets, that's remarkable because you got two teams that are in the same division. One's got to win, one's got to be a wild card, right? The fact that none of these teams, they rarely play each other.
But there's three similar cities with similar problems.
Yes.
They're interchangeable cities.
Well, yeah, I get that
argument. They were one time prominent. They were big factory towns. They went bust. They never fully recovered. I mean, they got a lot in common.
They're all Rust Belt cities. You're right. But what I'm trying to figure out here, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, what has made these three franchises so bad for so long? The Bills with longest playoff drought in NFL history. The Lions, like we just talked about, hadn't won their division in 30 years, and it wasn't even called that division when they did it. The Browns, Timmy, when they went to the playoffs, how long had it been since they went to the playoffs a couple years ago?
They had a 16 or 17-year drought that was just barely surpassed by Buffalo.
Two of these teams that we're talking about have had winless seasons in the last 15 years, the Browns and the Lions.
That was fun.
What about these three teams make them so bad?
My theory is nobody good wants to play there.
Oh.
They don't want to live there.
Okay.
They don't see any opportunity there. So you're not going to get anybody good. Like, you had to lure LeBron back. You had to shame him into coming back. Like, he couldn't wait to go to Miami.
Now you're just running your mouth.
He couldn't wait to leave. Like, he even said, I'm taking my talents to South Beach, I'm out of this suckhole, cold-ass city.
Wait, your mom was there?
I was there for a while.
Suckhole? Explain Green Bay, then.
Green Bay's different because it's a national shrine.
Nobody cares.
Every man in America worships Vince Lombardi and that whole image. So they did it right. They created a shrine in the middle of nowhere that every man loved.
No, see, you're looking at this through old man eyes. No 20-year-old kid who grew up in outside of Miami, one of the best football players in Florida, goes, man, I really hope I get to go play at the Vince Lombardi shrine when it's 13 degrees and snowing sideways.
And they also don't have an owner.
They do. That's kind of like it's a misnomer. Like, yeah, there is an owner and there are people that handle it.
It's a team of the people, baby.
Okay, whatever you say. Go sell your stock and see how that goes. No, like that Green Bay eliminates that theory that people don't want to play in the Great Lakes cities. Whoever has the most money, that's where you're going to go play.
Okay, so Green Bay has a lot of money.
They don't. It's a small market team. I don't know. That's what I'm trying. That's what's most remarkable about this is I get it. As someone who is dumb and doesn't follow sports and knows nothing about anything,
doesn't overthink it.
I understand why you would have that hot take. But there are other examples of small market cities with crappy weather that have been successful throughout the years.
Pittsburgh revived itself.
I would argue Pittsburgh is a major city. They do have 3 professional sports teams.
St. Louis.
St. Louis is gone, but they were attracting people.
All right. But they also they had a lot more to offer in that area.
What does St. Louis have to offer?
It's a major metropolitan area that never sank.
Name me one thing that's good about St. Louis.
Pizza.
The pizza in St. Louis is garbage. It's like crackers with sauce and cheese. You knew what you were doing. If you've never had St. Louis pizza.
I've had St. Louis pizza.
Oh, it's
There's
disgusting.
A lot of Italians there.
Bro, I couldn't believe it.
They had that Italian hill.
I couldn't believe it. I was in St. Louis and I ordered a pizza, had it delivered to my hotel room.
Throw it at you.
And I eat it and I'm like, what the hell is this? And I go, how did I pick the worst pizza place in St. Louis? I just thought it was a mistake. Yeah. Went to a totally different place, made the same way. It's disgusting. It's worse than Detroit-style pizza.
Right. So what do you think it is?
I don't know. Timmy, what's the theory? Why are all 3 of these teams, why have they been so bad for so long?
Well, the 2 of them we're fans of, so we're tortured. The answer for Cleveland is me. I'm the answer. They didn't even exist for 3 years of my childhood.
Okay, that's true.
That's how tortured Cleveland. I still don't exist. I haven't figured any of this out. But Detroit, Barry Sanders curse. We want to play the curse game?
Okay, but
I don't really want to play the curse game, but he left. Dog water ever since.
Okay, no, but like logical stuff. Like I love playing that game too. Of like, oh, this person cursed. Bobby Lane came in and he told you double fingers, and then
Billy Buffalo.
Okay, yeah, no, there's no such thing as curses. Even though I will keep wearing the same jersey when the Bills win to the next game, that I will do.
Right.
Like there has to be an explanation why, for the first time in NFL history since the NFL merger in 1970, 53-something years. The Bills, the Browns, and the Lions, the 3 Lake Erie teams, have made the playoffs all at the same time.
Are they the 3 poorest cities in the NFL?
Ooh, good question.
I don't think that would affect the billion-dollar sports franchises, though.
Well, I don't know, though. Like, to his point, I mean,
they're small markets. They don't generate a lot of money outside of the game.
Yeah, back in the day when you were just making the money that you could make from tickets and local television stuff, maybe that did have an effect on those teams being bad. Could you Google to me the poorest NFL cities in America?
Because they got to be right there. Detroit's one of the poorest cities, period.
Yeah.
And so's Buffalo.
Yeah, you're right. But, I mean, Detroit.
I don't know how much better Cleveland's going.
Cleveland had a nice turnaround.
But they bounced back and forth. Remember, they started having that renaissance, and then they kind of tanked when Drew Carey left.
Drew Carey leaves, you got a problem. It's when Barry Sanders and Drew Carey takes off.
You're done.
It's over. Yeah, I'm trying to think. That might be the case. Like, what other NFL cities would be poor?
Cincinnati.
Oh, good call.
Cincinnati's
Green
not
Bay.
a poor town. I mean, Cincinnati's got Procter & Gamble. They've got the whole brewery industry there and the distilleries. They're not a poor city.
Wait, the brewery industry, you mean like what we have here that you say doesn't work for
anything?
anything?
I'm talking about Jack Daniels.
Man, it's in Kentucky, man.
No, they do a lot of that stuff over at the other plant in, I'm getting too deep here. They brew a lot of, they distill
Let me
a lot
tell you
of
about
whiskey.
Cincinnati, man!
Like Jim Beam is distilled there. You got Procter & Gamble, and you have river gambling. That's not a poor town.
It's actually the poorest town in the NFL.
No.
Yeah. Cincinnati, Green Bay, and Indianapolis are the top 3.
Wait, Indy?
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it makes sense, bro. Drive through Indiana.
Yeah, I have. Quickly.
How far is Gary from Indianapolis?
It's closer to Chicago.
Yeah, I know. Chicago.
Man, I thought Detroit was like the poorest city.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm shocked by those 3.
Cincinnati especially.
Buffalo's 9th.
Wow, we're almost out of the top 10.
Right, but we're still making
Cleveland
the
and
playoffs.
Detroit do not make the top 10.
Get the hell out of here.
This is a 2021 article. I don't think it's changed that much.
Okay, give me up until we get to Buffalo.
You've got Cincinnati, Green Bay, Indianapolis, Phoenix.
Okay, so
wait,
Arizona.
Phoenix is poor?
Kansas City.
But there's something weird there, man.
No, Houston.
Those are not poor towns.
Charlotte.
Is that okay?
Charlotte.
What's the metrics they use there? Is it based on like income? Income for the average resident?
Cheapest football cities in the United States.
Oh, that's not poorest. It's cheapest. You are the worst Googler of all time.
Those are seat prices.
You're the worst Googler.
No, it wasn't. It's not the cost. It's the cities, the cheapest cities
to live.
Yeah,
that's different than the poorest.
Like poverty, crime,
yes,
education.
God,
people like you and me live there.
We take Kimmy for granted.
Because I'm going like, how is Phoenix a poor city?
Indianapolis makes sense.
I've always found Indianapolis nice, and I haven't been there in many years.
When was the last time you went to Indianapolis?
When I was doing stand-up.
30 years ago.
They got that high-end steakhouse.
30 years ago.
How about they got the Indianapolis 500?
No, they had to cut it down to the Indianapolis 387. They couldn't pay it. They couldn't afford it.
Yeah,
broke.
I get it, man.
Did you say they got that nice steakhouse?
Yeah.
God have money, man. They serve steak at that
good
one
steakhouse.
place. I think we all need to offer Kimmy an apology
Yes.
for being able to translate the stupid things that we say, and she's able to get the information immediately. So think about this.
What?
With this statistic that for the first time in NFL history, all three Lake Erie teams, the Bills, the Browns, and the Lions,
It's
will make the
exciting
playoffs.
because one of them could get to the Super Bowl.
That's just it. We could have a Lake Erie championship, right?
So none of those. Well, Buffalo's been to the Super Bowl. Has Detroit been to a Super Bowl?
Detroit nor Cleveland have never been to a Super Bowl.
So if Buffalo's out, you got to root for one of those two teams.
I hate the Browns, so I'll be cheering for the Lions.
I got to root for Cleveland.
No,
man.
I got hit in the face with a snowball by some
definitely
kid at a
have to
game.
root for Cleveland.
You deserved it.
I did. I was carrying my beer up the steps. By the way, he chucked it from like 30 rows up where my seats were. Turns out he was sitting right behind me. And he was like this 15-year-old punk-ass kid. I've never seen somebody almost crap his pants
out, punk.
No, but like Buffalo has the second best odds to come out of the AFC behind Baltimore. Right. It's hard to know what to make of the Browns with Joe Flacco, but their defense is really good.
But Detroit looks good.
But there's
they
no
got
way.
that insane coach. It looks like he could play.
I do love Dan Campbell. He did play.
No, he looks like he could play right now. He looks as built as his players.
His name's Dan Campbell, and I do love that man. He's really entertaining. He seems sincere. Like he really cares about his players.
He would die for his players,
Yes.
not just say I would die for these guys.
But he also
would
looks
actually die.
crazy.
He
looks crazy.
He looks good crazy, not like scary crazy.
But he's got like caveman head. He's
Well,
like
that's why.
Neanderthal crazy. Like that guy's eating a lot of raw meat in his day.
I think the only thing that's going to kill the Lake Erie Bowl is San Francisco. There's no way, short of injuries, the Lions could get past San Francisco. You could beat Dallas. You could beet Philly. They're really good. They're really
Even
good.
with that kid. Purdy, is it Purdy?
Yeah, the last pick of the draft 2 years ago, Mr. Irrelevant. It's remarkable.
Right.
If that Lions defense can get the Niners offensive line on their toes, then they can give Purdy some nightmares.
Baby.
There's your terrible time, Timmy. NFL
I
breakdown
like it
of the
though.
week.
I don't want to see San Francisco in another goddamn Super Bowl.
They've been to the Super Bowl. No, they wouldn't.
No, they've been to a million Super Bowls.
What do
They're
you want from
done.
me? What do you
And that's a rich ass town.
Well, again, haves and have-nots.
No, there's no have-nots. That's
No,
called
they
Oakland.
sleep on the street.
They
Those
go
are
to
the-
Oakland.
He's pointing like Oakland's over there.
It kind of is over there. It's that way.
All right, let's take a break while we teach Timmy how to Google what we ask him to Google here in the break room. You got to speak break room to Google. You're playing a dangerous game, Tommy.
Who did?
You are playing a dangerous game right now. Well, look, the point you're making is a valid point because you don't want to spend money you don't have to spend.
Yeah.
And every man especially is suspicious of someone else that comes in their house and goes, look, I think you need to spend a little bit of money here to save yourself money down the road.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a scam, a pitch, something you don't need to do.
Okay.
But at the same time, although I agree with your logic here, you have to realize that if you don't allow this to happen and something goes wrong, you own it, you wear it, and it's now your fault.
All right.
And we'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. They say it's better to be safe than sorry.
True.
But when it comes to the stuff you own, the safe route can also be the less expensive route.
All right.
There's a man in this room who smells a scam. He knows that these folks are just looking to make money on him, and he doesn't have to spend this right now.
Right.
But if he waves this off, and he's wrong, oh, buddy, will things get really bad for you.
But the odds are so in my favor.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Again, Kimmy not here today. She got the stomach bug.
Yeah.
Tommy very concerned for her. So you texted her this morning to see how she was doing?
Yeah.
Did you really not text her?
No, I didn't text her. Oh, she's probably asleep. Don't bother people.
So it's a text. She won't wake up to it.
She's got a stomach ache. She'll be fine. By the way, y'all never text me when I'm stuck.
Why would I text you? Don't. I'm just going to get an emoji thumbs up back. The giggle you just heard. The man filling in our utility infielder, the best in the league, got the call at 7 o'clock last night for the righty, and he's here. Ladies and gentlemen, Terrible Time Timmy. Thanks, buddy.
You got it, man.
It's important to ensure that all of the vital appliances and things in your house,
Yeah, there's certain things you just have to have work.
they got to be running right.
Right.
And if you had the chance to have an expert come in and just make sure those things are good, you should take it, right,
Keep
Tommy?
it tight. You got to keep it tight.
So why would you say no to that?
Right. But I did.
Okay, so what's going on in your house right now?
All right, so furnace crapped the bed 7 months ago.
Okay.
And we got a new furnace.
Look at you, fancy pants.
So we got a call from the furnace company going, hey, when you bought the furnace, you get a free checkup.
Okay, so you bought the furnace 7 months ago.
Right. And then at the 7-month mark, you get a free checkup. They'll just come and see how things are going.
That's great. It's free.
Right. Free, why not?
Awesome.
So I'm like, but somebody's got to be home. You got to be there to do all that stuff.
Okay,
I'm going,
sure.
well, this is just a pain in the ass, and it's a brand new furnace. There's nothing wrong with it. It's under warranty, so there is something wrong.
Okay.
It's still covered. You got a year on the whole shebang anyway, so why are we doing this? So my wife wants to do it because it's free. Let's just check. And I'm going, all this is a sales pitch. He's going to come in here. He's going to make some noise downstairs, and they're going to try to upsell you on some kind of warranty package, which we already know we don't want.
Okay.
Right. So why are we doing this? Like, to me, when it breaks, we'll call somebody.
So you believe that because the furnace is so new,
it's brand new,
and it's already under warranty,
right,
that the odds that this thing breaks or he finds something wrong with this thing, or her who comes over and checks this out, it's almost zero. And
it's less than 0%.
And all you're going to do is end up spending money because they're going to try and pitch you on something you don't
and you're
need.
going to have to sit there and wait while he does the whole thing and hold the dog and do the thing.
Okay.
And all you're going to get when you're done, he's going to be sitting there with his toolbox trying to sell you some kind of warranty or some kind of filtration system or something.
Okay.
Right?
All right, so here's the thing.
Right.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I'm on your side here. I smell fish with these things, too.
But it's not even fish. I get it. It's how business goes.
No, it's how you don't have to scare me into buying new stuff.
Oh,
inside
they do
my house.
scare you too because they go.
See, I love how you go. No, it's how business. Then you immediately flip back.
Because they go, you only got 6 months left, and then you're gonna freeze to death in the middle of summer.
I don't know if your wife is like my wife, but whatever the person suggests that comes over, it doesn't even matter if we need it or not. She wants it.
Yeah.
She just wants our family to be safe and comfortable, right? I get it. But keeping those people out of your home is the logical move based on your specific situation right now. However, you trying to keep this person out of your house is running a massive risk.
Well, my wife said it's free. Let's get to it.
Okay, it's past the free.
Right, what is it?
If you keep this person out of your home, and within the next 6 to 12 months, something goes wrong with your furnace, that is all on you.
You are right.
You have to wear all of it.
Yes, I know.
Because, if you have furnace issues, normally, any other time, it's just bad luck. And you and your wife can go down to the furnace and shake your fist at it and go, stupid furnace. And you look at her and go, what are the odds? What are the odds? If it breaks down after you wave this off or something, there's an issue, you then now have to stand next to the furnace so your wife can curse out both of you.
I know. But I was willing to take that risk, but not, because he ended up coming. And we waited and held the dog and heard the sales pitch. And I'm like, I could have wrote this script.
Man. Bro, you've been married. This is your third marriage, right? You've given out 4 engagement rings, right? Like it's candy.
Yes.
You've learned things along the way.
Right.
How are you not smart enough to understand you should have been on the side of letting this person come and check it out?
Sometimes there's still a little fight left in that dog, Pat. And that dog lost. I don't know. I hate like having my day interrupted.
I understand. Look, I get it. I'm with you. I'm with you. 252 WCMF, all you gentlemen out there. But here's the thing. With this person coming over and the potential money you could spend and the time that you're losing, you're not paying for and losing time for a potential warranty or to make sure the furnace works. You are paying for and losing time for a wife bulletproof vest.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that's worth the price. It's a bulletproof vest from the anger of your wife, because if something goes wrong, you then get to look at the person who came and said it was fine and go, that sucks. What were you paying for her?
Because I think, let's say he goes down, and I'm working the different scenarios out of my head, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say he comes down and you don't find nothing wrong, but a month from now it craps the bed. You know, you missed it, that thing wore out.
Happens.
I can't go to my wife and say anything, and she can't say anything to me because the guy was here.
Sure,
it is a push.
Yeah,
but I also don't think that's going to happen to this thing for years. Like I had a furnace in Webster for 14 years. I never had it looked at.
Mm-hmm. What, you never had it looked at? In 14 years?
I changed the filter. It ran like a top. The day I sold it, no problem. The AC went, but not the furnace downstairs. The outside unit, right? The thing was a champ.
Okay.
And I based my logic on that. I said I had one for 14 years. I just changed the filter and ran it.
Okay.
They just kind of run. I mean, I figure if you get 15 to 20 years out of a furnace, you're doing pretty good.
Look, I get it, but sometimes there are issues. Sometimes little things crop up.
You get a dud. You could have gotten a lemon. I get it.
I just bro, we're not smart men.
But he's not going to find it right away.
It's not about him finding it. It's about the odd, tiny off chance. Because again, man, like if your furnace craps a bed, something goes wrong, your wife, and you pass this guy off, she will lose it. She will be furious. It's her house, you idiot.
But we have an oven. We have a fireplace. We'll stay warm. I'll get a generator.
252 WCMF. Tommy got a brand new furnace 7 months ago after it crapped the bed.
It's a beauty.
They have a warranty. He gets a free 7-month checkup on his furnace.
Yeah.
He don't want the checkup because he thinks that this person's going to come over, try and upsell him on an extended warranty, things they don't need. He doesn't want to have to take the time when the furnace is not going to break. You're convinced of it.
There's nothing wrong. It's brand ass new.
There's something else we need to talk about here.
What?
Tommy, when you were describing the situation, right? Like of this person coming in and trying to upsell you and just separate you from your money.
Yeah.
A lot of dudes were nodding their heads. Like, yeah. I don't need some worker to come in and whip me off, stuff I don't need. But how do you know you don't need it?
So extended warranties and stuff?
Whatever it is, whatever thing is wrong, hey, I can offer you this little part. I can offer you an extended warranty. Maybe you can save money over here if you were to pay for this. Like in this case, it's a safe bet, fine. Like you're not going to need that stuff. But most men assume when you have someone come check up on your stuff that this person is going to try and get money out of you.
Yeah.
And you're ready to tell them no before they walk in the door, right? But you don't know about anything about furnaces or stoves or washing machines or refrigerators.
Nothing.
I don't either.
Right.
Neither do most people listening.
Right.
If you did know something about these things, you wouldn't need this person in your house.
True. That's so true.
Right? We could collectively, as people, be doing the stupidest thing possible. Costing ourselves more money and risking not having heat or refrigerator or washing machine for days, all because we're paranoid about somebody trying to take money from us, when in reality, that was the right thing you should have done.
But it's like spending money, but nothing happened. That's the problem. Like if something breaks and I have to fix it, there's a fix.
Yeah.
A warranty's just like, it kind of floats out over here.
Okay.
Like, ooh, this may break at some point.
Yeah, but the warranty sucks until it breaks under warranty, in which case it's the greatest thing in the whole world.
All right.
No, I'm just saying, like...
But then you also find out when you get these extended warranties, like, well, that's not covered under the extended warranty. You ever get that one?
Now you're being angry old man.
It's happening,
Now you're being angry old man. Then you start yelling about the water department.
Yeah, see, that there, we don't cover that particular part of the thing that broke.
What's even more funny, Tommy, is if one of these things that we discussed, the furnace, the refrigerator, the stove, does break down, that same person you hate and thought was trying to rip you off, you're now welcoming in with open arms to your house. Oh, buddy, such a good guy. They work so hard, you got to tip those guys. They work really hard. Look out of my house. I don't know. Hey, Danny boy, come on in. Good to see you. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. 252 WCMF. Folks have been waiting patiently on hold. Let's talk to Dan. Hey, Dan, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how's it going? Just giving you guys a heads up. First of all, I listen to the show every freaking morning on my way to work.
Thanks, Dan. Thank you.
Well, you got the extended warranty show.
He didn't like that.
No more than you're about ready to take care of. But the other fact is, these guys, I mean, they're not always trying to come and, like, upsell you on anything. You got to think about it this way. If it's brand new, they may have to tweak some things here and there to make it run more efficient. So, therefore, in the long run, it could be saving you more money in the end.
Oh, you know who this is? It's Dan the Sucker. Sucker Dan. Yeah, come on in, man. Let me open up my wallet. Take what you need. Sucker Dan.
Tweak my ass.
I grew up with my dad working on all this crap. I got friends in like almost every field of HVAC and all that. So
I got friends in HVAC. Sucker Dan.
And by the way, Tommy, I saw you. I think it was like 3 weeks ago when they was playing the Chiefs at Bill Gray's out here in Brockport.
Yeah.
Word of advice: when you're out in public, I would wear a hat.
Why? Why is that?
You either had to go find a barber, man.
What's wrong with that?
There's a free tune-up tip for you from Sucker Dan. Danny boy, thanks for the call, man. Have a good rest of the day.
You too, man.
There goes Dan. Was Dan on a delay on his phone or in his mind?
I can't tell.
No, I mean, but again, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. It's like, you know, when you get new tires on and you're supposed to go back a week later so they can, like, make sure the tires took the right way.
Okay, all right.
Right?
All right.
I mean, that's free, but they also may be like, oh, you know what I found here in the tire.
They're always going to find something, man.
Okay, but maybe...
Or something to sell you. There's always... Because I get it, man. They got you. They're trying to get some more money out of you.
It's funny how you're, like, slaloming back and forth between, like, these people are scumbags, good people, salt of the earth, try to rip me off with my money. You know, it's one part of the job. You got to do it.
I don't know how much longer that wheel's going to hold on.
I got tires 2 weeks ago, and I asked if I had to come back, and they said, no, you're fine. So maybe they're just trying to kill me, or technology's changed.
No, they could have heard you on the show. That's possible. Folks that do these type of jobs, right, that where you have to come in and you're checking stuff out, repairing stuff, how do you juggle dicks like Tommy and I who assume you're going to try and take money from us, and we're already looking at you suspiciously?
Yeah.
Like, do you try anyway for the full court press on the upsale?
Well, that's their gig, right? They probably tell them when you get in there, sell.
Well, yeah, but there are some people, because, like, they're not salespeople. No. They're also, I mean, they're workers, right? They're skilled tradesmen. Yes, exactly. Like, there are guys that they tell you, go upsell them, and I'm not going to do the upsell because I know there's no point here, right? Yeah. Are you aware that most people, if you work in these jobs, are suspicious of you when you walk in the door?
Oh, they have to. These guys have seen it all. They're in and out of people's homes all day. They have to have seen every kind of scenario with people in their home.
Yeah, but maybe we talk tough until, like, they're in the house. Because it's also hard to look at someone in the face who came to your place. They're very kind. Like, that's part of the pressure of the upsale. It's like, well, this person came all the way out here. They seem really nice. You know, it's only X amount more. You've never felt pressure like that inside your own house?
Oh, sure. But then there's guys like my dad who was a total dick to people.
He was a very successful salesman, though.
Right. So he also knew the BS and didn't want to hear it, so he would always clip them, where I don't.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I mean, there's all types out there.
All right.
And we're just happen to be pushovers.
Giant, stupid pushover. But again, I'm ignorant to this. So, like, I need someone that I can trust, because if you tell me this stuff, like, that's probably the route I'm going to go.
But saying that makes you look like a weak man. So some guys will never say that because they don't want to look weak.
Okay, well, no, I'm not.
We don't mind looking weak with bad hair.
I'm not going to say it to the guy. I'm still going to act like he's going to point things out on the furnace while I'm standing over him, and I'm going to go, oh yeah. I don't know what he's talking about, but I go, would you have probably? Oh, right. I see what you did there. Okay, I got you.
What are you going to use, 210 or 220 on that?
See, no, you don't name things because then it makes it very apparent you know what you're talking about. You start to ask a question where it's like, oh, well, you know, if you would, oh, wait, I got it. Yeah, I see what you did. I see what you did there. You know, tell me what really helps with stuff like this?
Yeah, selling your house.
That? Someone that you know having experience with this stuff, right? Whether it's a neighbor or a relative or a friend. Yeah. Not even because they can save you money on what you need or fix it for you. Because as a husband, if that person you know comes down and looks at your furnace or your stove or your refrigerator or whatever, and they go, oh, yeah, this thing will run just fine. And then something does go wrong, you can throw their ass under the bus to your spouse real fast.
All right,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dan's such a dick. He tells us he knows what he's talking about. Loser. Huge loser. He's got that drinking problem. But the bottom line is this. When it comes to trying to avoid spending money but not being blamed for things going wrong in your house, all you need is a patsy. A sucker. Yeah. Someone that you can grab by both hands on their shirt and chuck them under the bus as fast as you can. And this is a person you can like, and they don't have to know you threw them under the bus. That can be a private conversation between you and your wife or your girlfriend or whoever.
All right.
But they have to exist. You always have to have a bus thrower speed bump at all times to protect yourself from the anger of your spouse.
All right.
Fair statement?
Find your chump.
By the way, did you end up spending any extra money?
Just a little bit. Is 20 years too long for a working?
It's the last warranty you'll ever need. All right, let's take a break. You are a man who does not care to be prepared for anything.
No, I'm not a prepper.
And there were some folks yesterday during that windstorm that realized not prepping was a bad idea.
Oh, boy, you needed it.
Which is why this information we're going to tell you about what you should keep in this very important place may be valuable.
A prep.
Well, look, you know I like to prep for things.
Yeah.
Like I'm ready to roll.
Well, you're a hoarder.
Even some of this stuff, it's like, what
you don't need it.
We'll get into it next the breaker. 96.5 WCMF. Always got to be prepared.
Yes.
That's something folks in this area may have learned the hard way last night with that windstorm coming through.
Boy.
So any preparation advice for anything is probably a good idea. Although I will admit, you, mister, don't be prepared for anything. Some of these suggestions are ridiculous.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. Terrible Time Timmy running the board for us this morning.
He's the man.
He is. Coming. We got the call at 7 o'clock last night. Kimmy let me know, and me only know, that she was not feeling well and probably wouldn't be able to make it in this morning. So we figured, hey, why risk it?
Yeah.
Let's bring in the best damn Tim we know.
And he took care of me this morning.
Yep.
Like a guy.
Yep.
He didn't have to do it, didn't know how to do it. He figured it out. He got through it.
Again,
that's a guy.
Kimmy did not tell Tommy that she wasn't going to be here this morning. He walked in. He's like, what? And then instead of asking how Kimmy was, he goes, well, who's going to help me record my ads? I got to record some stuff. Does Timmy know how to do it?
People need bathtubs.
So we do have some good news from the Kimmy department.
Good news.
Kimmy just texted me about 20 minutes ago, said, feeling better today, should definitely be back tomorrow. Good. Thumbs up emoji.
All right.
Here's the problem with that, though.
What?
You texted us too early that you felt better.
Oh, yeah, you did kind of jump the gun a little bit.
She could be here right now.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you feel better while the show is still on, probably could have made it in this morning.
Yeah, you got to wait.
Right?
You had to go past 1 o'clock.
I would say past 4. Like,
well,
right.
4 is definitely, you're
right before close of business.
All right.
Right? That's when you have to wait to send that text. Because now that we got the text at 9:30, because we know Kimmy, she sleeps. Like, that kid doesn't wake up till like 11 o'clock on Saturdays and Sundays, right? The fact that you were up this early is making me suspicious that you were not, in fact, sick, because you wasn't complaining yesterday, but you had something to do today.
Okay. All right. What would she have to do? Because she doesn't do girl stuff.
Maybe she's doing dude stuff?
All right.
She's like chopping down a tree in her backyard?
Doing stuff like, well, she's dressed for it.
No, this is definitely something we're going to have to bring up tomorrow. Like,
what did you do today?
Well, yeah, you've never called in sick. You weren't complaining you didn't feel well. All of a sudden, a couple hours later, you got a stomach bug where you're sure you can't make it in tomorrow morning. And then 9:30 in the morning, the day that Timmy comes in and fills in for you, oh, my God, guess what, guys? I feel so much better. It was like a 8-hour stomach bug all of a sudden.
The new bug that's out.
Also, no posts on social media from Kimmy since yesterday.
Oh, she went post silent. All right.
If we don't have a post from Kimmy on some sort of social media.
What would it be, though?
I don't know.
I'm so sick.
No, like even like sharing something that somebody else posted.
Yeah.
Because
usually when people are sick, especially girls, they post that they're sick. Like they show like what they're drinking, what they're doing, how they're like doing their time.
None of that from Kimmy.
Right.
Bro, she lied to us. She's not sick.
Yeah, but she also doesn't. I don't know.
I don't know what she does.
We don't know what she does.
She has like girlfriends. She goes on bachelorette parties sometimes.
But they're weird bachelorette parties in weird towns.
No, they're not. She went to Nashville for the last one.
Yeah, but they didn't do any like fun girl stuff.
You don't know that because you didn't ask her any.
Rodeo.
You didn't ask her.
And one of the girls came in third. Whooping and red.
You have no idea.
Cussing and spitting. Yeah, didn't she win a spitting contest at one of those saloons?
No, that was your mom. I'm kidding.
My mother does a spitting.
Thank you. No, you don't know what she did on the bachelorette party because you never asked her how the bachelorette party went.
Drinking a hoot.
All right, so tomorrow we will confront Kimmy with all of this evidence that we just figured out in the moment because we're brilliant here in the break room on CMF. So big windstorm yesterday, and it was one of those things where certain towns went untouched and certain towns got blasted. Like the area around Penn Yan looks like it's a disaster.
No kidding.
Waking up this morning, I don't know what the situation is still right now. There were still multiple neighborhoods in the greater Rochester area without power. I saw there were some trees down in Penfield this morning as well. And there are folks that always laughed at the idea of I got to have stuff prepared who, when the power went out yesterday or a tree went down in their neighborhood, realized I don't have any flashlights with batteries. I don't have any way to keep my food cold.
Right.
I'm in trouble.
So what do I need?
Well, this doesn't involve the wind, but at this point, any preparation idea.
Disaster.
Yeah. Well, no, not even this, because this is an article written by a mechanic.
A mechanic?
A mechanic.
Well, I'm out. I don't know no mechanic.
Well, no, you don't have to. This mechanic will help you.
All right.
And these are the suggestions from a mechanic, what you need to keep in your glove box at all times.
In my car.
You got it.
All right.
Are you ready?
Huh?
All right, number 1, flashlight.
Check.
No.
Get one on your phone.
Well, no,
Who's got a flashlight anymore?
You should have a flash.
Do they even sell them?
Yeah, they sell flashlights.
Where, in the antique section?
Bro, there's like a whole flashlight.
You have a lantern, too, with some, like, whale oil?
They still sell...
Oh. I have no flashlights in my house.
That's nuts. That you don't have a single flashlight in your house?
I have it on my phone.
It's not a good flashlight.
Huh?
It's not a powerful enough flashlight to.
I've never owned a super powerful flashlight. Those ones they sell you on TV. Use the ones the Air Force use. You can see the F-16 flying by, and you can drive a truck over them.
You are the man they advertise those to. You are right in their demographic.
Yeah, I ain't got none of that.
No, like, okay, in the house, fine if you have your phone. Although that's a problem because if your phone dies, you're now out your flashlight.
Portable charger. Come on, it's 2024.
Okay, again, but it depends, Timmy, how long your power is going to be out
But they
for.
want this in my car.
They say keep a flashlight in your glove box, and that's a
What about the headlights?
What if your battery dies?
You're a douche.
No, like if you have to do outside stuff on your car or your tire, like at night, that phone flashlight is not going to be enough.
It gets in there.
252 WCMF. All right, so let me come to number 2, and here's where it gets a little crazy. This mechanic says you should always have your vehicle manual in your glove box.
All right, that's in there because I never look at it. It's just been there.
Same. I never took it out. But why do I need that?
You don't. Why would you throw it out, though?
I guess there's no reason.
You want room. I think I would throw it out because I want room for my glove box.
Nobody puts gloves in there. What do you put in the glove
box?
box?
I figure with kids, you probably have a million. Every section of that car is crammed.
I just throw it on the seat. Whatever. We'll figure it out.
So I do have a manual. I don't know what to do with it.
But that's just it. Like, have you ever looked at your car's manual in your life?
No.
Neither have I. No. Timmy, have you ever looked at your car's manual?
Last week, I learned that I'm driving a 1 year newer car than I thought. I thought I had a 16. It's a 17. Manual said it. I had no idea.
Why were you opening your manual?
Well, I was putting the insurance documents in the glove compartment, and then the manual was there. And I learned that I also had a manual.
Number 3, insurance and registration, standard.
Well, that's all. Yeah.
All right, here's where it goes wacky. Right. Tire pressure gauge.
The old tire gauge? So in the newer cars, you don't need them.
Thank you.
But I never knew anybody outside mechanics that had those things.
Can I admit something embarrassing? Because we're both sissy men, right? We don't know how to do manly stuff. I don't think I know how to read a tire pressure gauge.
So the bottom of the thing pops out.
Okay.
But I don't know what I'm looking at.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, I don't know what number I'm trying to achieve here.
Like my dad had one when I was a kid, and I would just play with it.
Every
and I'd
dad
pull the
had
white
them,
thing, right? But you pull it in and out. Like if I had a tire pressure gauge, and they go check your tire pressure, I go okay. I go outside and I plug it into the thing, and I wouldn't know what to do.
Oh, all right.
Like I wouldn't know how to read it. I have no idea.
That sounds so old school because most of the newer cars tell you what tire and what's going on it.
Don't all new cars do that?
Yeah.
Like, hasn't it been with like the last 15 years? Timmy, you're busted. Does your car have the automatic?
16 may not have it.
Yes, it does have it, but you have to reset it when you rotate the tires because I had a flat a month or two ago, and it was registering a tire that wasn't actually flat. It was one of the other ones.
How about that?
All right.
So there's your information.
So you don't need that.
Well, here's the other thing, too. Like when you go fill up your tires, right? It used to be you would have to fill it up and then check the gauge. Even those machines now with the air, you can plug in what you want your PSI to be, and it'll just inflate it to that point. You know what I'm saying? That seems pointless. So as we keep going down this list, it's pretty standard stuff, like mini first aid kit. They say a pen and paper, which I guess makes sense.
For what?
Oh, well, you never know. Like if you hit somebody.
Put my thoughts and prayers.
Let's say you clip somebody.
All right.
At a parking spot. You need a pen and paper to write them and leave your information.
Oh, you split, man.
Yo, you do a hit and run?
Who's going to get the hit and run cops after you?
No, it's not like every parking lot has cameras now. And yes, those are the cops, but yeah.
Oh.
The last one is the one that's the weirdest to me.
Toilet paper.
No. This mechanic suggests keeping spare fuses in your glove box for like the car.
I don't know where the fuses go in my car. Do cars still have fuses?
I didn't know cars had fuses.
I know they used to, but they used to be a panel.
Okay.
I wouldn't know where any of that stuff is anymore.
Is it in the glove box?
It's on the side of the door.
It used to be like that, but I don't have
Whatever he said, you were going to say, it used to be like that. You did not listen to a word he said. He could have said, it's all up in your mom. And you'd be like, it used to be like that, but these days.
Well, you would have agreed.
How do you know the fuse panel's in your door, Timmy?
I had a blown fuse. I can't remember. The radio stopped working, and then the window stopped working, and then I crashed the car into a wall, so then the car stopped working.
I wouldn't even know like how to change a fuse and what fuse needs to be changed. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So do you just keep changing fuses till everything starts working
How
again?
many fuses do I need?
Press the button.
Oh, it's like a fuse box in your house.
Oh,
that's interesting. Well, Timmy would know. He's the one that had to change a fuse and crash his car into a wall.
So the last car that I had when I had a flat tire, I didn't know I didn't have a spare anymore.
Oh, yeah.
It was like that fix-a-flat stuff, and then you just take it to the dealership.
Sure.
There's no like donut.
Can you hurt yourself changing a fuse in a car?
You and I could probably.
No, I'm saying, like, if I put it in the wrong way, can I electrocute myself off the battery of the car?
No, what if you could just fry everything up because you put it in wrong?
Okay, that, fine, yeah, concern. My bigger concern is dying trying to fix my car myself. Unless the idea is to have the fuses specifically for your car so someone who's a professional has them if they need to put it in for you.
They have them when they show up?
Well, I don't know. Like, there's so many makes and models of cars. If I'm in, like, some small, like, I'm going to Oswego for a hockey tournament for my daughter this weekend, right? Like, I don't know if a mom and pop shop in Oswego has a fuse for a 2016 Honda Pilot.
I always thought like all the fuses are universal.
They are.
Like a light bulb.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. Yes, you could just go into a car part store and they just come in little like knobs. Yeah.
All right, so
knobs.
Plug them in. You know, you could get all this information from the manual.
Was that your nickname in high school?
What was it?
Little knobs?
It's my Native American name. No, so if they're all universal, so why do I need to keep them in my glove box?
Because they burn out. And you're stuck. Well, if you're in the middle of nowhere,
bro, I ain't doing it. I ain't touching the fuse box in my car. I don't even know if it's called the fuse box.
Dude, I told you, I did the dumbest thing any man's ever done.
What's that? Got up this morning?
Get up, jump in my car. And I only know this word because I did it. I reversed the polarity on my battery and fried a whole system up in a car. And the guy goes, "How did you do that? You got to be the dumbest person in the world." And I did it. And the smoke started coming out of the battery, and I ran away from the car thinking it was going to blow up.
Well, you ran away?
I went inside. I watched television for a while, came back out to see if it was still like smoldering. I didn't know what to do, and I didn't want to touch nothing. I didn't know what I did.
252 WCMF. Again, we have a list of things for a mechanic that you should keep in your glove box at all time. Flashlight, the vehicle's manual, proof of insurance, tire pressure gauge, spare fuses, and some of these things. It's like, okay, I get the flashlight, I get the proof of insurance. The rest of the stuff, I'm not going to be able to use all this. T-Speed writes us on Twitter.
What's he saying?
You don't look at it. Be a you. Don't work at your car. Work on your car because you have enough money to overpay the mechanics. If you had your manual, you would know all these questions you always ask, like tire pressure, LOL. Look, man, I didn't have a manly childhood. My dad was not handy, therefore I am not handy. So, yes, I have to pay people to do these things.
And I don't know enough to know what I need to go look at. You know what I mean? I don't even know what to research to have it in my head.
It does make me feel like such a sissy, though.
Yeah, but I'm not going to study the history of car mechanic at my age.
But you're also dumb. Even if you did, you couldn't figure it out.
Well, look who's talking.
Yeah, that's
Mr.
what I'm saying.
Goodwrench.
That's what I'm saying. One time I was going to try and change the rotors on my car before I went back onto the road. I had just started dating my now wife, and she went outside, screamed at me because I bought the pieces and begged me not to do it, and I had to take it to I had the things.
The rotors.
Yeah, and I brought him to the mechanic. He's like, "Why you have them?" I was like, "Well, I was going to do it." My girlfriend.
You're going to take the tire off and do all that stuff?
Yeah.
Here's the other thing. We're good for the economy.
You and me?
Yes.
Why is that?
We pay people to do things. Those people need jobs.
Okay. What do you sound like some robber baron from the 1800s. Like you have a train car.
I'm a job creator right here, baby.
You got a train car with a billiard table in it, smoking a cigar and drinking brandy out of a sticker.
How did they play that when the train was moving? Them rickety asshole railroads.
252 WCMF.
Cognac flying all over the place.
We were talking about car fuses. This mechanic suggests you keep them in your glove box. It sounded dangerous to us. Mm-hmm. Luckily, there are some manly men that listen to this show. Redneck's on CMF. Hey, Redneck, what's up, buddy?
For the love of baby Jesus, don't change your fuses, Duffy.
Okay, thank you. Why?
You'll get a shock that'll light your fire.
Okay, like Jim Morrison style or like Dead style?
Like Dead style.
Seriously, so you could screw it up bad.
Dead style. No, you can't. God.
Well, no, what are you trying to tell me, you dick?
You guys?
I don't know this stuff. Here's the problem.
You said it best when you said you were the biggest sissy about cars. Please, for the love of God, go to a class or something and read your manual. It'll tell you how to change it. It'll tell you how to change your fuses. That's what a manual's there for.
Yeah, but I ain't doing it.
Okay.
Manual is for manual.
No, I love Dick.
Then spend the $200 and some for a toll bill just for them to change a 5-cent fuse.
I got AAA.
I love dicks like this because you and I are asking sincerely because we are ignorant to all of this.
And then he shames us.
Yes, and then you call up and go, "Oh, you're a bitch." Yeah, this is why I don't know, Redneck, because nobody's nice enough to be like, "Here's how you do it." You all got to criticize. I asked a question.
Well, I'm not on your Twitter account, so I can't give you pointers.
Well, shut up. I'm glad you're not. I'm glad. Good. Bye, Redneck.
Oh,
yeah.
All right, 252 WCMF. This name sounds like a kind name.
Okay.
It's a biblical name.
Oh.
Maybe this man will be able to help us.
Bible name.
Solomon's on CMF.
Ooh.
Hello,
Okay.
hello,
Here's
Solomon.
the deal. Okay, how you doing?
Good.
Okay, I learned.
Can I pause you real quick? I'm sorry. Not the voice I expected to come out of a Solomon. Hey, how's it going? Go ahead, Solomon. I'm sorry.
Really? Okay. All right. I learned all stuff on my own. I didn't go to school for nothing. I do on the car.
Okay.
I learned everything on my own. Nobody taught me. I didn't have a dad there to show me anything. So I learned everything on my own. I learned how to change a tire back in the days. I learned how to change fuses. Okay? It's a thing.
Oh, look how good Solomon is. Solomon's so awesome. I take care of myself. You guys are a bunch of bitches. My name's Solomon. I got a biblical name, but I'm kind of a dick. Go ahead. I'm sorry, buddy.
Said that, retard. Okay? So, listen, there's women out here that can make you guys look dumb.
Okay, I don't know why having a penis.
Yeah, she's out today. Did you just call up to brag?
Yeah.
No, let's do a challenge.
You can't operate a phone right now. We can barely hear you, but you're gonna fix my car.
I'm driving. I'm working on houses. I work on cars.
Sounds pretty safe, Solomon, driving and talking on the phone at the same time. Solomon, you do this for a living. You're a vehicle technician?
Yes, I am.
Okay, it's like me being like, I don't know how to be a police officer. My dad called me, idiot, I got 40 years experience, which he would actually do. He would actually do that.
Yeah.
Solomon, listen, just a little bit of advice, because you sound like a really nice guy, all right?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Try and live more biblical like the name that you have. That's all I'm suggesting. I think you can pull this off.
Is Solomon in the Bible?
Yeah. Wait, say that again? I'm sorry, I missed it, buddy.
No, nothing. That's okay.
All right. Solomon, always a pleasure, buddy. Thanks for the call.
Yeah.
All right, have a good rest of the day.
Oh, yeah, it was Solomon and Gomorrah, right?
No, that's that carpet place down the way. Come to Solomon and Gomorrah's. You know how to do carpets? No, you idiot. You think you know carpets? You don't, you dumbass. What are you thinking? Solomon and Gomorrah. We come back. We wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the break room on CMF. that's going to be Rabbaroo.
Hub day, Rabbaroo.
For a Wednesday break room CMF, it makes tomorrow Thursday. You know what that means?
We gonna bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a Pitch Voice Theater coming at you and a whole bunch more fun stuff, but we got to get out of the way. Terrible Time Timmy coming in last minute to fill in for sick Kimmy. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Man.
Thank you.
I'm glad I was able to help.
Really?
Make things run so smooth.
No, you nailed it. Luckily for all the listeners, Kimmy will be back tomorrow. Yeah, she texted us saying she feels much better. Yeah. Alarmingly early. So tomorrow we'll find out what she was actually doing today instead of being sick.
Okay.
Got to get out of the way. For Timmy, who wore his hood over his hat with his headphones over his hood.
That's a new look. The headphones on the outside of 2 layers of clothing.
It was windy and cold when I walked in here, and I just never with my ear holes.
No, but your ear hole is covered. Twice.
No, you said it was windy. We were inside.
I never adjusted to that 10 seconds of being outside.
You know his ears are waxy as a bitch. You ain't Q-tipped those mofos in 30 years.
Do you have Q-tips in your house?
That's what fingers are for.
Do you have Q-tips?
You finger your ear like Bayheim?
That's his nose, but yeah.
Do you have Q-tips?
Yes.
In your house?
Yes.
How often do you tip?
Very infrequently. I got fingers.
Get those like here's the thing. I don't know if you could see. Could you hold up your hands on the live stream real quick? Thank you. He has creepily long, skinny fingers.
Oh yeah, you do have some long digits, bro.
It's like uncomfortable.
Yeah, but the ladies got it like that.
All right, let's get out of the way. They look like tarantulas. His hand looks like tarantulas. All right. For Terrible Time Timmy, really saving our ass today. Yes. Thank you, buddy. We love you.
Man.
Really appreciate it. For Tommy Muley, who is so concerned about Kimmy's health, he still has yet to text her.
What am I going to say? I already know she's fine.
Well, hey, you doing okay, sport? Or something?
Anything I say is wrong, so I'm just going to be silent and wrong.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.